Good evening, everybody. Welcome to True Great Crime. I'm your host, Mamaw Gritty, and we have back with us the awesome Christine. Welcome back, my Christine. How are you tonight?
I am good. How are you?
I am fabulous, fabulous. So, are you ready to chop and screw it up with some
I
more info?
I am. I am. I assume folks are going to have some questions,
I
so
would
that's
think
going to be
so.
fun. Yeah, the Ron Logan stuff seems to be getting folks a little riled up. It's been fun to watch.
Yes.
Um, because that confession was there. Like it's real. So I'm sure I did catch Case by Case did that live earlier. I came in the
Yes.
middle of it, so I was a little lost. Like she kept showing conversations on the screen. I don't
Yeah.
know where those came from. I don't know
Um,
what those were
They
because I
were
missed the first part.
conversations she was having with I don't know if they pronounce it Reese or Ricky, the
Oh,
Reese
she's talking to him.
Davis. Yeah,
She's actually
so
talking to the inmate.
that's from what I understand it's conversation. I have to go back and rewatch it myself. I caught about mid live like you did or whatever, but it seemed like it was pretty good from what I saw, but I just have to hit the rewind.
Yeah, interesting. I
Yeah.
mean, the conversations were pretty interesting. I was looking at it thinking, where the hell did that come from? Because I didn't see all that.
Yeah, I had went back because I saw the conversations on there, but I had rewound it a little bit, and she was talking about it was with that guy, but I just wasn't sure, where everything was at on it, and I decided that I'll have to watch the replay, but I just kind of let it play through from where it was at. It seemed really interesting.
It
She
is
does a lot
really
of good work.
interesting. Yeah. Yeah, that was excellent work. Like tracking him down and talking to him. I'm surprised that he's talking because I bet he was floored when that came out. Like I'm sure that he was shocked. Um it was going to come out sooner or later. Evidence always does, right? But that
Right?
had to be that had to be a little surprising.
I would
To
imagine so.
Yeah. I mean, he might be the kind of guy that enjoys it. We know lots of people that do. Um, but it's interesting for sure. There were, like, this guy wasn't the only prison confessions. Like, there were probably, I don't know, I can think of easily 4 or 5 different people that had claimed to have done it
Yeah.
that were in jail at the time. And at one point there were 3 guys that were in the same damn pod. So they had to go pull 3 inmates out of the pod,
Yeah.
and they pulled them all at the same time so they didn't know the other ones were getting pulled. That was
Right.
interesting to read, like to read about.
Joanna, yeah, Joanna says, I'm assuming she was watching. So he said the Reese, we pronounce it Reese like the candy bar. So
Okay.
he said when he talked to LE about RL's confession, it was taped on video. I'm wondering if that was turned over in the discovery, possible Brady violations there.
um so Brady violations are when officers withhold information, and uh, it was not withheld. So I don't remember if the interview, I don't recall actually seeing the interview, but I do recall reading the report. So like that was not hidden. The thing that is getting confused everywhere is it's not that the information was new. That's not what made it worthy of a motion to correct error. The reason that it's part of the motion to correct error, oh, wait, here's my disclaimer. I don't speak for the defense. I'm no longer working the case in an official capacity. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to second guess lawyers. Like, that's all not me, right? So, having said all of that, here's my opinion of why it's relevant to the motion of correct error. It's because that medical examiner got on the stand and said, all of a sudden, with no prior notice, it wasn't in his depositions, it wasn't in any of his reports. On the stand, he sandbagged us with, or sandbagged the defense with, oh, I did decide that maybe it wasn't a serrated blade. It could have been a box cutter. So his original reports had all said that one was a fixed or a straight blade and one was a serrated blade. So all of a sudden on the stand, he says, oh, yeah, could have been a box cutter. That's what made this confession, true or not, that's what made it something usable in a motion to correct error, because the fact that the confession could have been true or exculpatory in some way because it mentioned a box cutter. So it was really the medical examiners changing testimony that made Ron Logan's confession all of a sudden exculpatory. But up until that point, I would assume that they didn't think that it was convincing. I would assume. I am not sure, but
See through.
that's what I think.
Yeah, see through said, did the defense know it may have been a box cutter before he said that on the stand?
No, not officially.
All right. So Viola
Not
says
that
I've
I'm.
been
I should say, not that I am aware of. The lawyers may have known something different, but not that I'm aware
right,
of. He changed his testimony that day on the stand,
right.
like a
Viola
big old freaking
says
surprise.
Viola says I've been so excited for the live. I knew I'd forget everything I wanted to ask. So I planned to write my questions down. Then my children had a brotherly brawl, so happy to be here. Well, thank you
Right? My
guys
life
for
is
being
like that.
in. Christy, Joanne, Low Light Recovery, Mino Dino, Woman, um, anybody that's come in and show support, to listen. Thank you so much for your time, your attention. And so we have a lot of things, and you were telling me that like you were refreshing your mind, just going over things in your notes that you had taken.
I
So
was.
I'm going to allow you to just kind of take it away, and talk about the different things that you would like to talk about. If anybody has questions, please
So
feel free to drop them in the chat for us.
since
And yeah,
since we're all kind of on the Ron Logan train, right? Since you're all bouncing around and he's a hot topic of discussion, the law is hinky here, so I can't share documents or any of that kind of stuff, but I can share my thoughts. And so I can share what I thought through time, and some food for thought, like things for maybe y'all to be looking out for, because there's still a tip line for the defense still has a tip line, and now I can't remember what it is, but I'll look it up. So he had a few searches, Ron Logan did. So at one of his searches, they were specifically looking for electronic devices and storage media. And they looked at the house and the outbuilding and vehicles. So that's interesting to me. They also took away some fibers and hairs, which tells me that they were looking for hairs, right? So that's at one. Um, there's also some of Logan's information changed through time, as it always does, right? So some of the early facts about Logan kind of change in the middle and at the end. And it's that way with all of these suspects, with Ron Logan or with Brad Holder, Brad Weber, all of them. Stories morph over time. And a lot of times it's because people lie for 100 different reasons. Just because somebody lies to you about one thing doesn't all of a sudden make them a killer, right? Um, and and so sometimes it takes questioning people a few times in order to kind of get at the meat and figure out why they're lying. So then you can explain to them that we're not interested in, you know, people will try to hide girlfriends and prostitutes and a little bit of pot and, a hit and run accident. Like they try to hide all kinds of like random weird stuff in homicide cases, and the it takes a while before you can figure out why they're being dishonest so that you can convince them to just skip the bullshit and tell me the truth. So that was true of Ron Logan, and everybody knows that from like the information that's already out there, right? So his cell phone data, the understanding of that data changed over time too, because not, they re downloaded and reprocessed Libby's phone. Her phone was not the only phone that they went back and reprocessed and the information changed over time. So I don't know if that's the case with Logan's, but I read things in a chronological format. So some of what I read in the beginning, it's just incomplete. And so it changed through time. But his cell phone data put him near the trail that afternoon. And a text that he got at 7:56 put him outside of his house in the proximity of the crime scene. I find that interesting. Um, he asked his cousin to lie before he even knew what his or even knew that the girls had died, which we all think is hinky. Like I'm sure that everybody on either side, or no matter what you think, that's weird. This cooking up of an alibi. Oh, anyway, moving on.
But that was a
Some,
that was an interesting like a good
yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Sorry, I try not to do that.
No worries. I was just like excited for like the excited
Mm. Sometimes I come across things and I'm like, what in the hell?
right? See through wants to know, do you know who Ron was talking at 2:09 p.m. or who the texts were to later that night?
At
Like
2:09 or at 5
yes.
or
The
7:56?
2:09 he got a text at 2:09 p.m. and then something at I think they said 7
He got one at 7:56. That's how they know that
7:56
he
p.m.
was.
because he had a cell phone ping at 2:09 p.m., a text at 7:56 p.m., and then another text at 10:16 p.m. You guys know who that was?
Yeah, we do.
Okie dokie.
So Logan. So I'll give you the overall of this one because I can't really. I'm not really gonna muddy up somebody else's name that has absolutely nothing to do with the case. But
Gotcha.
so this next part is from someone that knew Ron, right? And was close to him. Apparently, he called his land the Holy Land. And after the girls were found, Ron was apparently devastated. And he was telling people that his holy land had been desecrated. Like he was angry that somebody had desecrated his holy land. That's also interesting because his holy land is right behind the cemetery. So make of that what you want. Like, let your imagination go wild there because I don't know what the hell it means, but it's just weird. Like, he had this weird obsession um, with his land and his land being pristine and nobody being on his land, and that his land had somehow been defiled when the girls were murdered there. Not like sad for the girls, but like somebody dared desecrate his land, which I also found weird. Um, he had goats and horses, of course. He bred rabbits. Logan said that from the cemetery you could see down into his property. Um, so it he made it sound like you should have been able to see the girls down there. You should have been able to like stand at the cemetery and see what was happening down there. I only went out there when the leaves were full and there's no freaking way. I don't know what it's like in February, to be honest though. Um his This person that knows him and is close to him said that Steve Mullen is a close family friend and had been called out to Ron's twice on two different occasions. Once was during a fight, and once was to document a weapons cache. Apparently, Logan had hundreds of weapons in his house. Like, hold on, there's numbers in here. A couple hundred rifles and maybe 100 handguns. And somebody had called to report that to the police department because they were concerned because his behavior was volatile and the man had a whole freaking arsenal. He was apparently an atheist, according to that person. I don't know. Like this is all from like a person, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true either. And tips are kind of like that. Like just because somebody says something or they call in something does not mean that it's real. He had another son and he died of Hodgkin's lymphoma. He was a member of the NRA, of course. Um, he cried to this other tipster about they contaminated my land. So apparently they interviewed a family member of Logan's. And apparently Logan was telling his family the same cooked up bullshit story that he was telling the internet about. He was in Lafayette all day. But he was telling his family he was with a different person than he actually was with, or that he told the public he was with. Like he threw in a whole different a whole different person. He said that he went to buy fish, of course. And when he come home, the cops were already all over the road. Um, and that they told him that the girls were missing. Now, I did one of his timelines from one of his evolutions of stories because they were all different. Like his times changed all over, his activity changed all over. But it, during one of his stories, he said that he woke up at 9, fed his animals, worked outside. His cousin came over and took him to take trash to the transfer station, which took 10 minutes. And then he came back to the farm and worked until 3. And then at 3, he left for the aquarium world in Lafayette. And then at 6:30, him and this guy came home. His cousin came home. Now, in this version, he says that somebody, an unnamed friend, stopped by the house to tell him that the girls were missing. So that time there were apparently no police on the road in that version because there's a bunch. There's a bunch of different versions. So he was interviewed and he gave a poly. I don't have the poly results.
Okay.
Oh, he finally either during or right after he he confessed that his cousin not only lied about taking him to get fish, but he also lied about having to drive around waiting to find um having a hard time finding the fish store and all of that. All of that. That was all. Apparently his cousin confessed to that being all you know. So, Viola, you asked a really good question. And it kind of depends. So, no, it wouldn't be hidden from uh, again, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm using past experience in other cases. And in my experience, no, it's not kept confidential from the lawyers on the defense side. However, it is marked as sealed and it requires a judge in order for that information to be um, usable in court. And so what they'll usually do is if um, if they need to use it in like a grand jury or something, they will have the person testifying against that either use a number. They'll assign that person a number and they'll be like DNA sample 219 blah blah blah, and then they'll talk about it that they had found whatever they found. But um, you can't really hide behind being a confidential informant to have your DNA unusable in a crime. You can't, not a crime like this. This is just a murder. But if you shot the president or something, maybe. But this this is not this is not that. What do you want to know about the DNA testing, love? Because I can talk about it.
How about this? How about I drop a link and she can come on here and
Yeah.
specifically ask you.
Okay.
Um, and people can come up and ask you questions if they want to. And in the meantime, you can still chit chat about whatever. So that's what I'll do. I'll drop a link. Just
Okay.
everybody, please remember, we're all adults, be respectful,
Yeah,
body,
don't be a dick
body,
because
you
I
know the
get,
deal. We're all should be good in the hood, but,
yeah, just don't be a dick to me because I can be mean back.
and yeah, so, um, Joanna, if you'd like to come up, and she said, how did the defense feel about the unknown
I
male
don't
DNA?
know. I don't know because I won't speak for them, but I can tell you how I felt. And when I first saw it, I had previously been told that there was none, right? So when I first saw it, I was like, holy shit, what is this? And so I call Erica and we have our holy shit moment together, right? This was like probably 2 months after we got on the case. I'm like, I'm calling Matt. Matt Hoffman is the defense investigator that works in-house at Andy Baldwin's office. I was like, I'm calling Matt. I call Matt and he's like, yeah, I know. Stole my thunder because here I am. I thought I found something cool. I've been doing all this work and I was so excited. And Matt's like, I know. I get outsmarted and I got outsmarted a lot. So over time, I learned that when I find things, that doesn't mean that somebody else missed it, because they were a year ahead of us, right? They had almost a whole year more investigation time than we did. So Eric and I were really, really trying to catch up. But so unknown DNA or unknown male number 3 is the one that caught my attention the most because it was the most relevant and the most easily identifiable. Like that, it was a clean sample. It was a single, hmm, I may be wrong. I think it was a mix with Abby and Libby and DNA number 3. But it was one that was going to be easy to sort out and identify, like it was a complete sample. So I felt the most hopeful about that one, and it was in a place that didn't make sense for it to be anyone other than the murderer, right? And then the way that our files were disorganized, the results weren't with the lab orders, and the lab orders weren't with the evidence, like when they log evidence. So you kind of had to look all over this massive hard drive in order to find the follow through on evidence. And they never found a match. There are thousands of DNA samples that have not been tested, however. So I don't know the answer to that. I don't I simply don't know. So I don't know what the lawyers tried to get access to, what they were denied access to. I only know what was in the public hearings, like, or if it was something I needed to know from the private hearings. When you guys are private communications, when trials are happening in, or leading up to a trial, there are a lot of decisions that are made in the background. And just because we didn't hear something in a hearing doesn't mean that it wasn't discussed. So, or just because you don't see it in a filing doesn't mean it wasn't discussed. There were lots of letters, emails fired back and forth between the attorneys and the judge and whatnot. I can remember one that had actual swearing in it. Like, I was floored. Like, you, all right then. So, like, there's actual behind the scenes communication. So there may have been, there may be a reason. The lawyers might have just not wanted to DNA, to test the DNA of anything. Um, I I don't know. No. So Abby did not have a phone. There, there was no phone found at the scene that was attributed to Abby. We'll we'll say that instead. Um, so there was a flip phone that was found in the creek below the bridge by the divers found that, and that was found right away. But it was a flip phone, and this was 2017. God only knows how long that thing had been in the water. Um, I I'm gonna say, and it was like over it. The bridge was like over it, so I'm gonna assume somebody was probably taking a picture on their first generation or their last generation of flip phones and just dropped it because nobody carries flip phones. I don't know if they even make them anymore, to be honest. So one thing about Logan is he said at one point he said he didn't hear anything. Well, then he said that he heard a girl talking between 8:30 p.m. and midnight, but that they didn't sound alarmed or stressed, right? Well, then later he says to one of the neighbors that he heard screaming that night. He didn't say what time, but he told one of the neighbors that he heard the girl. He he may have heard the girls screaming that night, and then he felt guilty for not going to check on them. So did he hear them? Did he not hear them? Did he hear talking? He has said all three things. Which one is true? I don't know. Mm, so that's a good question, Jessica. And I don't know what other people identified, but we, Erica and I, that we identified it, a few people. So when you get that data, you get some of the cell phone, some of the cell phone data. I know I'm stumbling because I'm not sure how to answer. So some of the cell phone data was like tower dump data, some of it was geofencing data, and it was not all shared. So, I'm sure you saw the filings where we were like, you made the map. We want the report you made the map with. So Then the geofencing data was ruled unusable. So once that happened, I worked on it less hard than I had prior. So I have a good solid grasp of the phones that were in the area. There are a few that I have figured out who they're registered to, but I'm not sure that that's who actually carried them. So, because that's the nature of cell phones, right? You can walk into any Walmart in the country and pick yourself up a $40 phone, and you can make yourself a Gmail account with whatever name you want and register that phone. So, really, with prepaid phones, you have no idea who truly is using that phone. So, we have a few that, a couple, two or three that I I know who they're registered to, but I am not confident enough to say that that's who used that phone, because then I backgrounded the people that own that phone, and it just doesn't jive. You know what I mean? Like, it just didn't make sense. So the the odds are pretty good that it was not the right name assigned to some of those phones. Some of them, you know, they don't want to talk to us. There are people that would feign ignorance because they don't want to talk to us. So, yeah. Mm. So they did end up taking from Ron's farm. They collected hairs, animal hairs. The only animals they didn't take care from were the cats and the rabbits. Every other animal, all of the large animals, they collected hair samples from. So, I mean, for me, it's common sense that they were probably trying to match it to the animal hairs found on the girls. I mean, that kind of makes sense.
Did you say it was collected in the barn?
Yeah.
Okay, so the animal hair was collected in the barn. Okay.
Well, it was connected from all the animals. So
No,
whether
I'm
they're,
saying they collected the animal hair from the barn. Is that what you said?
no, they collected it from all of his large animals.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I because I thought you said for a second that they collected hair from the barn and I was like, okay, I just want to make sure
That's
like
not what I
I,
meant. If I did say that, that's not what I meant. So they collected
okay.
hair samples from all of his large animals,
Gotcha. I was
except,
just re-clarifying because I misheard, I guess.
well,
Thank
no,
you.
that's all right. Because if I misspeak, I'll be crucified tomorrow on Reddit. So I'm glad that you asked me. Um,
It was me. I misheard it, I guess. So I was just clarifying for myself.
no, that's all right. Except for the cats, they didn't take cats and they didn't take rabbit hair. So we can assume they were trying to match it to the hairs found on the girls. I mean, that kind of
Gotcha.
makes sense.
Okay. There's a couple of questions here. Like up here, I gotta scroll back up that were asked real quick, if you don't mind.
No, you're fine.
Um, okay.
That was all of my notes that I can share about Logan, because I don't want to fuck up anybody's life, and I don't want to run him under the bus either. If I mean, I know he's not here anymore, but I still don't want to, I don't want his kids or anybody to have to listen to that if if he really didn't, if he really didn't do
Yes.
it, I don't want to make that miserable for anybody. So, but I did want to share like what I could of what's actually real. You know what I mean? Because we're
Right,
all
right.
operating in a vacuum here.
Yes. Okay, hold on. Oh, all right. We didn't do this one right. Do you know anything about the results of the search warrant execution
Yeah.
at Ron Lincoln's house or property?
So there was more than one of them, and I'm going to go from memory here. So I may miss a few things that they took, but you know, be forgiving. So they took hairs from all the animals. They found a couple of blood stains on a bed. Well, what they thought were blood stains on a bed. They took samples of that. It it was not blood apparently, or it didn't have any DNA, so probably not blood or not human blood. Um, so that came out to nothing. They did take two books, which was interesting. One of them was, um, oh, what were those books? One of them was
The Witchcraft Bible.
yeah, yeah, it was, yeah, I'm trying to recall the proper title of it though. Um, and I just saw that. Hold on. That may be. Yeah, there were two of them, and one of them was like, oh, here they are. An incomplete education, and the other one was the Modern Witches Spell Book and the Prophecies of Nostradamus. Those were the books that they took
What was the
from that.
second one?
The Modern Witches Spell Book 2.
Oh, modern. I thought, okay, Modern Witches Spellbook. I thought it was the Bible. Okay. Modern
Yeah.
Witches Spellbook. Okay. Two. Okay. Alrighty then.
So those
Well,
are the books that they took from him. Um, by the time they they also, which I find really interesting, they took a canine, a bomb smith sniffing dog, and
you,
um they didn't find any weapons.
what?
Right? Yep, weapons gone. Gone.
What would,
So
but what would make them take that kind of a damn dog in his house in the first place?
his his someone had reported and called the police out before the murders, long before the murders. Had
Yeah.
called the chief of police and said, "Hey, there's a huge weapons cache here. I need you to
Right.
come look." And they documented hundreds of rifles and over a
Right.
hundred handguns. So they knew that they were dealing with a very large amount of weapons. Well,
Uh-huh.
somewhere else along the way, before the homicides, all of those weapons were stolen. So
Yep.
there was a, I don't remember if it was a report or a rumor that someone had stolen all of his weapons or most of his weapons, but he admitted to owning a handgun. That was the excuse that he gave. They went to talk to him once, and he said that he didn't want to talk. He didn't want them to come inside the house. And then he finally admitted that it's because he has a gun in the house. Um, but when they searched, he had none on that, on one search, on the search that the canine attended. So they may have found one at another search and I just don't remember it. But yeah, they actually took
Interesting.
a freaking dog
That's
because
really interesting that they did. Honestly,
hundreds,
I'm surprised. Um,
hundreds of weapons.
okay, let me go down here because I feel bad when I miss like questions or whatever, you know what I
Hmm.
mean?
Me too.
Okay.
What's that? No, Terry. Those the holders of those phones did not testify in court. Okay, so I don't know. So there was no mention of like whether he actually has a fish tank, but I think it's because it was probably kind of common sense. None of the reports said that he didn't. Like none of the interviews said that he didn't. And the habit of these cops, I talk about their habits a lot, but that's because once you read enough of their files, you can figure out like how they do things. They probably would have, in my opinion, they probably would have pointed it out if they didn't find a fish tank when fish was his alibi. So I'm not sure, but I'm not sure. They would have taken during the search warrant, they probably would have taken photographs of the house. Now, I didn't see that. I didn't see that full report. So I only saw they use a couple of different ways to document things, but I saw the final report. So it would have given, it just gives a list of all the things that they confiscated. And then it gives a little blurb about, you know, whether they had questioned them or not, or how they behaved while they were doing the search, all that kind of stuff. I like Rick said, he waited in the car with his wife Kathy, um, that kind of thing. So I would assume they would make note of it, but I didn't. I didn't really see a mention of the fish tanks, so
Oh,
I didn't. I don't know. Like I didn't really dabble in Ron Logan land very much. So the guy that started our PI agency, his name's Jason Jensen. He was very hardcore down the Ron Logan path. Like that was his reason for getting into the case, and that he was kind of diehard down that path. Um, I don't think that he certainly wouldn't do any YouTubes, but I don't think he's I don't think he's doing any TV interviews yet. But we might hear about him in the future,
yes.
because he's like the encyclopedia of Ron Logan. Like
Uh,
if you want to know something, try hitting him up on Facebook because he's the encyclopedia of Ron Logan.
that's awesome. Okay, so we have our first guest come up for a question on here. So are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. Hi, welcome in guests. Welcome,
Hey,
welcome.
how
Do
are
you
you?
have a question for our fearless Christine?
Yeah, I've been waiting
Hey.
to talk to these people for a long time. So I know
Right.
that there's all kinds of stuff you can't talk about, but
There is.
uh yeah. But when you do come on, we like go through it with a fine tooth comb and all that. Could you tell us a little bit about the investigative process and like when you start to consider something a fact or when it's a do you see what I'm saying? Like when
I
I'm laying down
do.
like when it's a fact, when it's a theory,
Yeah.
because I've got this theory and it's like everywhere I look, I expect to see something and then I see it and I'm like, okay, am I in confirmation bias? So can you flesh that out a little bit for me?
I can, because that is the hardest part of our job. So a lot of you will often hear me say, I don't know, could be, maybe, because unless I know something for sure, it's not a fact. So when I look through an evidence collection, first let's use that as an example. The blood on the F tree. Great. There's a photo. There's a photo of blood on a tree, right? So what I know from just that photo is that there's something red on a tree. So I can't even look at that and say, well, there's blood on a tree. You can see it with your two eyes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So people in the public get to make logical leaps that we can't make. So I then have to go to the collection data so I get to see whether it was collected or not and what method of collection they use, which is for DNA, it's just saline on a swab, right? And they swipe it and they put it in an envelope and off to the lab it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then I track that to the lab, and so then you look at who in the lab is processing it. Are they qualified? And what method of DNA extraction did they do? Well, in Delphi, they did YSTR DNA. So it's your Y chromosome, which only men have, short tandem repeats, DNA. So it's a way of doing that collection, right? So I get to see how that was done, and then I have a science background, so I use my brain and go, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Well, to me, that's still not blood until I get the report back from the lab saying that they found DNA in that red substance. So for me, something doesn't become a fact until like way down the line. So
And that's the expectation, correct? So if you're going to your boss and he's asking you a question, you're saying, okay, right.
Yeah.
Now, is this all flushed out? Is this something that, you're trained in, like you did, or is this just expected you come to the job with this?
It's just part of the job. Like you're expected to know these things. And Erica and I have worked together for long enough that we've made the mistake of thinking things are evidence before they're evidence. And we've made the mistake of speaking up about things being evidence before they're evidence. In this case, there was a gag order, so we couldn't. So we stayed out of hot water in that way. But you kind of learn over time. But I know you guys see me out here talking and stuff, but that's because answers are due to you. But I really am a reserved kind of thinker. Like I tend to sit on things and think about them and question Occam's razor and does this really make sense? So I'll give an example of what is not evidence, and it's from today. So I saw it earlier in a chat. There is this idea that a piece of helicopter footage was taken from a news helicopter, I would assume, because the police helicopter data is not available for public purview. So this had to be from a news helicopter. And it's showing the divers in the water, right? On the edge of the creek is a tree that is still there. This tree is still there. We've all been out there. This tree exists. And so people have taken a really bad image and they've blown it up to where it gets grainy. If you blow things up too far, they get pixelated. Well, then they use a blurring tool to unpixelate it. And then so now we have a thought that that's Abby and Libby in the water. And I hear it so often. So someone earlier today said, when I pushed back and said, that's not right, they were like, well, I have the proof. No. So facts are not the same for everybody. Like, just because you can see something with your own two eyes doesn't really make it real. It's not real until you can prove that it's real. And facts are different. You guys, what's unfortunate is that you guys don't have the luxury of seeing all the background. You can't see the lab reports. You can't see the actual crime scene footage. You can't see the drone footage. You can't see the thermal imaging. Like, you guys, you're at a disadvantage that I'm not at, right? So it's real easy for me to kind of sit back and say, well, trust me, bro, I've seen the evidence and you haven't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's shitty and disingenuous. Like, I don't like doing that to people for sure. But I have had the I hate to call it a luxury because it was a lot of work, but I have had the luxury of seeing the background on the things that are actually evidence. And so for me, I'm able to like look at stuff and go, yeah, no.
So I know right now, because there's other people in chat that are probably blown up and I can't see it, but I can tell. Like, there's there was a person who's an expert with like Photoshop, went over some of the footage this week. And then the other thing is Precocent had mentioned earlier that, and it reminded me that this did happen. They were looking for like lighting and camera kinds of equipment.
So
and I'm wondering, because that was a confirmation bias, because I went somewhere with that and I heard, and it wasn't, I'm not talking snuff film, but I went somewhere with that because I've seen other kinds of situations. Oh, yeah. Okay. And I don't want to go into that, but could you talk about that at all or not?
I can. So there was a mention in the Frank's memo that there was a tripod print at the scene. So
they
that
also talked about it at the March 18th hearing too. Sorry.
Thank you.
Did. So that is where that one factoid then spun into this huge deal. Well, nobody really knows why they mentioned that there was a tripod indentation at the scene, right? Because they didn't explain it.
Couldn't that be just a crime scene photographer?
Bingo.
Yeah.
There's Occam's razor. So they did the 360, whatever that's called.
Yes.
The 360 camera that
like when you're going to get your cheap apartment, they take you on a tour of it. And
you know what I never saw? That footage. So I saw a narrative that said that footage had been taken. So when it was mentioned in court, I didn't write the motion. I'm just saying, because I'm not a lawyer. But a lot of the Frank's memo was aimed at getting them to give us the rest of the goddamn information that we should have had. Right? So if that was the theme of the document, and I know that there was mention of that imaging being done, And I know that the Franks memo mentioned tripod marks in the ground. I mean, for me, my logic says they were after that footage and they knew the state had it and they knew they weren't giving it to us and they wanted it. So
again, much more mundane than it is
correct.
terrible and horrible, and it was
Right.
horrible enough as it is, but yeah.
It is horrible. That's what is so that's what's so hard about homicides, and especially this one. The gag order is what caused all of this residual trauma, because nobody could go out on the evening news and actually tell the truth. So everything had to be done behind smoke and mirrors. And even us as investigators, I couldn't call up Joe Blow and ask him specific questions about the Vinlanders prior to the Franks memo, because what if Joe Blow gets on YouTube and starts screaming about, hey, the defense is asking about neo-Nazis? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I have a guy that accused me of being a leak simply because I spoke to a YouTuber. I'm an investigator. That's what I do. Like, that's the job.
Yeah.
So watching stories morph over time, I more feel bad for folks that are like investing time and energy and brain power and then finding out that, oh, well, it wasn't that. Well, most people can swallow that. I know that I am friends now with a YouTuber that left immediately after trial because she was so devastated, because some of the things that she firmly believed in vanished when she saw the bridge video. As soon as she saw the real video, she was like, "Oh my God, what have we been doing for a year?" Because it it was nothing like it was made to appear.
Well, it's a really good question, right? Because, like, just economy of force, I know I'm not going to figure this crime out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to be the one to crack the case. So, like, where can low light be the most effective? And I
In
think
my
just
inbox.
what?
In my inbox.
Well, you know, I'm in everybody's inbox.
That's the way it's done, man. That is probably the most effective method at this point.
Yeah. All right.
An open mind and a busy inbox. That's kind of how it's done.
Oh yeah. Case managers, we don't have many social skills, but damn, we don't let up until we're until we get what we want.
That's right. I can really say that an open mind that's so hard, but it is, it just makes it all so much easier. Because you're right, confirmation bias, it really is a thing. Like once you've decided, I mean, here's an example. We all saw that, like, the troll farm, every time you feed them a little bit of information about somebody else besides Rick, right? Then it's, well, Rick and this person must have done it. And they will convolute 15 different ways to make that Rick Allen and somebody else. Even if it's somebody he's never talked to, he's never met, he has no link with. And it's just so that they can grasp onto that first theory, right? Everybody loves their own theory. And it's a little embarrassing to come behind yourself and go, oh wait, I was wrong. But the truly good YouTubers have done that. Like, and the truly good investigators. Because let me tell you, this case has turned some lay people into damn good investigators. It has. And this is doing the kind of work that you're doing is exactly how I learned. It accidentally turned into a career.
Nah, I have
I
no.
did
This
a
is
lot
the
of
last
mistakes
time
on
for
the
me.
way.
I don't want to see this shit ever again. Sorry for cursing. I don't like. Yeah. This is
Swear
just too dark.
away.
When it's
Person.
over for me. I'm gonna.
Yeah, you're good. We're grown here.
I curse
Yep.
like a sailor, but
I just one comment on that, Gritty. I remember the first time I was at an AA meeting and they asked me to tell my story. This old timer came up to me afterwards and he said, "Do you know how many times you just said fuck?" And this old man
Try not to
counted
say it, but
how many
yeah,
times I did, and he told me, and I realized that I just didn't need to do that, and
right.
so
yeah, there's a time and a place,
sure,
and like that word has so many different meanings that there
yeah,
are
it's a noun,
occasions
adjective,
where
and
you just need it, right?
yeah,
But this case is probably not quite as dark. Like, I mean, it's a big thing, and like the ick of the internet has almost made it darker than it needs to be. And I sometimes wonder if people just don't realize it, that they're inflicting trauma on themselves and the
mm,
people that they like and
yeah,
the people that they're in the trenches with. Like it's almost like it's bad enough as it is on its own without like making it worse, because it's bad enough as it is. It's a
you know,
huge story as it is in its own right.
you're right, but we wouldn't be here if we trusted the people that we put on the wall.
Yeah, that's true
Like,
too.
I'm sorry, like whatever's happening there in Indiana, it's not. I'm not like
Right.
we get the government we deserve. And I'm not going to hand this off to the next generation. We're going to unfuck that shit. And so, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I absolutely agree with that. It would be nice if they would at least kind of tell the truth.
Yeah.
The power structure as a whole. I'm not getting myself into hot water here. I'm not calling anyone a liar. I promise. Let me swallow hard. Because that tasted bad. But it's hard. It is hard when you can't trust like simple things. All they had to do was tell the truth, and the story would have still flown. Like we are talking about two tender aged, pretty Caucasian children. And don't shoot me in the comments. I've done this job long enough to know that it matters. Their age, their image, and their race makes a difference when it comes to getting stories on the news. It's unfortunate, but it's what it is.
It's true.
So there was no reason to like turn this into a fucking shit show. I do not understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. I do not understand why the corruption, like if I'm right, like I have a feeling that we're pretty close to figuring out what happened. If I'm right, it makes sense because money makes the world go round. But still, that doesn't mean you got to pin it on a innocent guy. Like if they had to pick a patsy, couldn't they have picked one of the dead ones?
I guess not. But that's not
Apparently
the
not.
well, I
They're
don't want to
trying to
get
pick the
into it.
dead
I don't
one
want to
too
get into it
late.
because I draw hate. So
You draw
But I
what?
appreciate you. I really do. I listen to. That's why I blow up your inbox and stuff, and everybody else's. But
Of
I don't want to
course.
take up all the time because I know there's 40 people trying to get in here. So
Nope,
That's
nobody else has tried to get in.
really
what?
nice.
Nope.
Are you serious? Get in
Nice
here. I
and
want to see.
quiet.
There are
There's a
people
there's a
that are in
there's
chat that I want to see up
questions.
here. So
There's questions in the chat. Like I'm trying to catch everybody as I scroll to the top. So I'm gonna go through the questions or whatever. And
All right.
yeah,
We
I
might all
mean,
be able to answer them. Shit, I'd like to hear what both of you think too, because I'm not, I'm not some supreme being. I might be wrong in some of what I think. I mean, some of the wild stuff I can help dispel, but I might be wrong. Might not have been the cartel. Might have nothing to do with drug problems and crystal meth dealing. We got hookers in there in the mix. We've
yeah.
got. Oh, sorry.
okay,
Did I just
you
hear
said
you?
it. You
I did. I said
listen.
it the other night.
Oh
Nice
my
and
god.
loud.
Oh my.
Nice and loud.
All right. What does it?
I
Why
mean,
is it that when I turned on the, because I never followed, and I said this the other night, I've never followed this, like the social media thing until after the Franks. I didn't discover Rick Snay until then, and that was my introduction.
Mm-hmm.
I've all the mainstream sources, not one reporter ever looked at Doug Carter or any of those other people and said, did the child's father who knew something about anhydrous have anything to do with this death? No one ever. And isn't that the most obvious thing in the world, cutting the cartel out?
So I can't talk about the family, but I mean, you're not wrong.
And I don't know.
You're not wrong.
And if that's true, then all these, like, I don't want to go into it. I don't want to say something I shouldn't. So I just,
So here, I'll
the
say
whole
something
thing
that
is just,
I'll say something that I shouldn't. You want to know how the link goes? Hold on, I'm gonna turn my camera off so I can smoke real quick. So it's just a vape, but I don't like people having to see me vape. So the Patties, they own property, right?
yeah.
So there's these bikers that are a pagan type of bikers. There were 4 of them. Well, there were 5. One of them, Josh Ward, tried to leave the gang, right? Do you know this story?
I've heard it. Yeah. I've been looking
So,
at New Mexico. Yeah.
yeah. So I'm going to tell it in a quick version so that everybody else is caught up with where we are. So they beat the shit out of one of their members because he was threatening to leave the gang. Beat him half to death, man. It was brutal. Those bikers, 2 of them, rented a house from the Patties. So there's your nexus.
ding, ding,
So
ding.
two of these bikers end up dead. One of them was the guy that did the beating, and one of them was the guy that got beaten. Well, the guy that got beaten didn't die because he got beaten. They all go to court. This takes a while. One of them has Nick McClelland as his defense attorney. So
Yep. One has
court,
McClelland, one has Fouts, one has Diener, and then the 4th one has an attorney by the last name of Delgado.
so
And
these
Nick goes from being the guy's defense attorney to the prosecutor, by the way. Sorry. Spoiler alert.
So these yahoos go through court. They extend out their court dates because they're working on plea deals. Their final court, when they're expected to sign their plea deals, happened to be February 17th, 2017. They walk into court that morning and say, oh, never mind. We'd like a continuance because we're taking this to trial. That afternoon, the girls get kidnapped.
The
So,
13th.
What'd you say?
The 13th. You said the 17th, and it was
Sorry.
the 13th.
February 13th, 2017. So that afternoon, the girls get kidnapped. That same afternoon. Josh Ward stays in Delphi all this time. Now, Josh Ward, his girlfriend, also a Delphi native, is convicted of child pornography. So right after Rick's arrest, Josh and his girlfriend flee to Clovis, New Mexico. They're there not long at all. And they're in this house with two other people, and the house somehow sets on fire. The fire is so hot that in a matter of minutes, they die. She's unrecognizable. And they had not lived there long enough for anyone to know her name. So she stayed unidentified for weeks. It took them a long time to be able to identify her remains. So we find out about these guys, and we ended up having to go to an attorney of one of the dead individuals to get court records. You want to know why? They had been destroyed by Carroll County. So Carroll County courthouse, or their circuit court, I don't know who's in charge or whatever, but they destroy court records.
They destroyed all of the records straight up.
Yeah. So it's listed on their My Case file, like their My Case file is still there, but it says that the records had been destroyed, and they were destroyed. So we ended up having to get them from one of the dead individuals' lawyers, which is semi-legal apparently, but we got them. So there's your meth cooks, right? Because that's probably how this fire happened. You spoke to their police chief out there, right?
We're doing this?
Yeah, we're doing this.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to if you don't want.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's when so I don't mind. Like
sorry.
I
yeah, because I didn't mean to make you nervous. I'm sorry.
No. You're not making me nervous. I'm the one who's just trying to I don't know. I literally just wanted to come on and ask you that one question. But
oh, okay.
Yeah, I did.
You don't have to do this.
No, it's fine. I don't mind at all. If you don't mind.
I don't care.
All right. Yeah. So I've been in contact, but that phone got burnt. And that phone was only speaking to a couple people, and that's one of my burner phones. And it was yesterday morning, I think, that I got the line of zeros on it, and I just answered, and I said, I knew right away. I had it in my gut. And I said, this better be good. And the guy he was a little bit taken aback, and he said something about the Mega Millions. Are you familiar? And I just said, and I called him something, and I said, and I hung up, and whatever, man. So that phone is burnt, and so I sent relevant people an email. What?
That was quick.
Yeah, that was quick. So,
yeah.
But the thing is like, I was impressed. I was impressed, but some people would be intimidated or whatever, but I'm just kind of at this age in my life where it just gives me more energy. Like I'm here for a good time, not a long time, man. Sober,
That's
but
I'm
still,
feel.
Yeah. Oh, woman. Yeah.
Hey, woman.
Finally.
I sat back and watched these guys act like complete fools for long enough that.
So I got a question, like that crew, like for me, I don't know if Josh caught a soul or something and wanted to leave because they were going to be asked to do a deed. I don't know the timing. You know what I mean? So I don't know, because the timing was all at the exact same time. So I feel that if somebody was cutting them out, they're bringing up somebody to do the hit, and then they blame it on somebody else. And I feel like Fields might have been that guy. I open invitation, Fields, $1,000. I'll pay you $1,000 to talk to you for an hour. Yeah. Because I think he was I think he was the original Patsy.
I think so. You know, he did say, Fields said that he slept in a barn that night, the night of the homicides. And I found that interesting. Whose barn?
What barn?
There's several right around. You know what I mean? Which one? Which one, homie? I wish you'd say. That would be nice. You know, his sisters, he confessed to 2 sisters, not one. And both sisters passed their polygraphs. You know, that doesn't mean he was telling the truth.
Alana.
That doesn't mean he was telling the truth. That means that the sisters were likely telling the truth. But, you know, if he'd tell us which barn he was in, that'd be nice.
Well,
that could tell us a lot.
Here's like I have like a lot. I'm really I'm just encouraged with some of the things going on, and I know that politically not everybody is on board, but like the cartels have been labeled enemy combatants, and that investigative juice is going to flow up.
So and,
that one guy, the Borders are whatever, he's saying that if you're providing material support to cartels here, so
that puts the Vinlanders in the crosshairs too.
Yeah, and so how do they want to position themselves going forward as whistleblowers? Because I think the junkies on the street are a lot safer than the people we put on the wall who were looking the other way, taking cash for it. So.
Yep, I agree.
And that's why I was asking you about the whole confirmation bias thing, because every time I look somewhere now, everything I see, and then when somebody put the tripod thing down, I was like, bing, bing, bing.
Yeah. I mean, the people that say that there was some sort of hinky photography going on, I mean, they could be right. That's possible. I mean, I think that it was probably just the crime scene camera. But I mean, it could be. There could have been photos taken. We couldn't find any. And I spend way too much time on the dark web. So we couldn't find any. But I mean, it's possible. It could exist.
I'm sorry, I just had surgery.
Oh, so. Josh Ward's girlfriend. Oh, I can't remember her name. Chrissy, or Gritty. Sorry, I was calling you by my name. Gritty, do you remember Josh Ward's girlfriend's name? Because I can't recall it off the top of my head.
I'll go look real quick.
Is it Alana?
Thank you.
Alon.
She yeah, she was interesting. Looking at her was weird. You don't find a lot of female pornographers. I would have liked to have been able to read like her discovery and her charging documents, but they seal those things when it's cases involving children. Sexual batteries, a lot of times they make it hard to access the court record. But so there's that guy. And then Gabe Ellis, he's the commonality between, there's a cartel trafficker we know that exists. Gabe Ellis is kind of the middle, like the floater that is connected to the Wolfpack bikers and the Vinlanders and the cartel trafficker. Like he kind of floats between, and he's not the only one. There's a couple of people that blend with all the groups. So you kind of hear the accusation all the time that like they're throwing spaghetti against the wall to see what sticks. Ah, if they were three separate groups, if the cartel and the Vinlanders and the bikers were three separate groups, it would be like that. But when you stand back, you can see that they overlap, they blend, and that's crystal meth. That is what makes it so hard to chase the freaking cartel, because you've got south of the border folks shipping poison, and they don't care who they associate with, even if it's a group of neo Nazis. They don't care. As long as their product makes them some money, they don't care.
Hmm.
You know. And then if there's meth, there's probably some sex work happening. There's probably some
No.
weapons floating around. I mean, that's just kind of logic. I didn't come across any of that though, which is just a little odd. I mean, we know of a couple of sex workers, but like we didn't find like a network of sex work happening. Not really surrounding Delphi or Carroll County. Like we did, Indianapolis has a whole they have a whole social work group. Like there's a 501c down there for sex workers to rehabilitate. Like they've got Indianapolis has got a problem big enough for them to have an entire organization to treat it, and they do a phenomenal job at it. But we didn't find a whole bunch of that in this group, which is interesting.
Sometimes what you see and what you don't see is. Let's see. Who is Nice Try FBI? Who is this here? Who's joined us?
That's me, man. That's me, man. It's woman. Woman.
Oh, hey,
Oh,
woman.
hey,
Hi.
woman.
Oh,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. Are they
I don't
both?
know why I came up here when you guys started talking this crazy stuff that you're talking about.
Hey, we're a bunch of conspiracy nuts, don't you know?
I know, I believe it. I believe it. Birds of a feather.
Are both of these screens on the bottom you?
No. One of them is Verani.
Veronica.
Oh, hey, how's it going? Listen, if I don't have my glasses on and I'm not leaned way in the hell forward like this, I can't see nothing. I'm that.
Hello. I put a name in the private chat and I was just wondering if you could take a look at that real quick. Please tell me you know something.
Nope,
You don't?
I do not.
Okay, clear.
You were hoping I would?
Yes?
Yeah, I do not know that name.
Bummer. Wait, I thought you said the last name earlier.
No.
Or Grit did.
I didn't even see the name.
What
It's
last
in
name?
the
What
it's
name
in
did
the
I
private
say?
it's in the private chat.
I said I was unfamiliar with that name.
Oh, bummer. Okay. I
Yeah, I
thought you
don't know
said
that
it. So I got excited.
name. Should I
Blue
know
No,
that
balls.
name?
I'm
Well,
sorry.
maybe. I'm thinking, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that name
Is it a
either.
cartel
Okay.
name?
Um, possibly. Motorcycle for sure.
Send me an email.
Okay. I'll do that.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. I hug you guys. Thank you.
Hug you too. Thank you. Alrighty then. Do you want me to start pulling up some of these questions?
Sure.
Okay, 1 second. I'm sorry, Gritty.
Go ahead.
Veroni, I was muted. I love you. I hug you. Okay, that's all.
All right. I let the thing get away from me, so I gotta. I'm trying to scroll back as far as I can because there were questions that I guess I missed before too.
Yeah, I put one in
You
chat
Want
for
to
you
try to get,
to
you know what I
confirm or
mean,
deny.
as much as everybody's stuff in here as I can.
You're a bad girl. Listen, I'm not even watching the chat. Is it busy?
It's decent.
Nice.
It's very decent. Everybody's having good conversation, it looks like.
I
Good.
believe Josh Ward's girlfriend was Alan McFarland. Alan
Oh,
McFarland?
yep, that's it.
Yeah.
It's somewhere in my notes. I have my
Right?
notes a little bit everywhere.
Too many damn names.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
a lot of
common
them.
for women to be busted for child porn. So it was interesting to see
I don't remember if
that.
this one got asked or not. Why didn't the defense pursue RL as hard as the other third party suspects that they pursued in the Franks? Like, what made them feel he wasn't involved?
I don't know. I can't really
Because
speak
he
for
was on
them.
that list that he couldn't be brought up for the third party people.
Mhm. So I know that we had some challenges. Like they couldn't they couldn't defend like normal. I've never seen a case where a judge is like, "Oh yeah, no, can't can't defend your client." This is like it's weird. What happened here is not normal.
Okay, I'm going to jump off.
Okay.
Give somebody else a chance. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Lowlight.
Yep.
Thanks
Thank
for
you,
hanging out for a
Gritty.
while.
Yeah.
Yep, thanks for coming up. Welcome
Good
back
night,
anytime.
low light, or see you later.
See you in a minute.
He is such a
Alrighty
nice.
then. Okay, so I'm gonna keep going. Sorry about that.
So
Um,
yeah, I can't really say why they did or didn't. Um and his name is just hot and heavy right now because it just came back up in the motion to correct error. So I don't know. I'm not working with them anymore. I we have a one-sided relationship now, I guess is how I would explain that. I send them shit. They don't send me anything anymore. So that's just kind of how we do things. There's no hard feelings or anything. But I understand and I know why it was in the motion to correct error, and it's because of the medical examiner making that change. So I don't know if they're gonna make a Ron Logan go at at the next, at the appeals hearings. I don't know what's gonna come out of that. I do know that experts aren't supposed to surprise you on the witness stand after they've been deposed. I know that much. Like that's about that's the extent of my legal education. I know you're not supposed to do that.
Was there
I
a Benny
wish
party on the 13th?
I wish I knew Big JD. I've said this on almost all of my lives. If anyone can get any evidence, like real evidence, like photos, videos, or a witness that was at Ron Logan's on the 13th for either a militia get together, a Vinlander get together, or even held just a drunken barbecue, please send that information either to me, to Erica. We're both findable on Facebook. My email address is on my YouTube profile, or send it to the defense tip line. Either way, it's going to get to the defense. But if you have any of that, let me know. If you have proof of a Vinlander gathering on the 13th, please send it to us. It's been a very, very long held rumor that I've not been able to substantiate at all. Like, I've heard people
Christine,
say that they know that it happened, but there's been no proof that I've been able to find. Yeah, go ahead, women.
I remember, I forgot where I seen it. I think it might have been one of True Crime Design's videos. There was a video, and I think someone said it was in the cemetery, the Muir Cemetery, and it looked like Brad Holder and a bunch of other people looking like uh, Norse pagans doing some sort of party. And it didn't say what date or anything like that, but I'm just wondering if you guys ever seen that video.
Were they like in a horseshoe holding tiki torches?
Yes.
Yeah, I've
Well,
seen it.
it was like, no, they weren't like
Was
necessarily
it
horseshoeing. It seemed like it was going around in a circle. It moved so fast, but
was
there
it
were
during
so
the
many
daytime or the nighttime? I've seen both.
nighttime,
Yeah, I've
nighttime.
seen it, and it wasn't
Okay,
at the cemetery.
okay.
But yeah, I have seen that. But yeah, so Viola, yes, they were. There's been a long running rumor that Libby may have been murdered the day before. That is not possible. That is not what happened. Um, whether they were killed at exactly the same time or not, I don't know. Nobody know. Like, I don't know. The medical examiner nor the coroner gave us a solid time of death. Um, we can guesstimate, and it it would have been in that in that it would have been on the 13th or the 14th. So it wasn't, it's not like it was some time between the time the video ended and the time their bodies were found. Like, it was in that period. They were both murdered in that period. So, like, were they both killed at the same exact moment? Hell, I don't know. I really don't know. But they were killed in that same period. Mm. Oh, Kathy Shank. So my take on what I saw on the stand, Kathy Shank was very, very proud of Kathy Shank for losing and then finding the tip sheet for Rick Allen. She was very, very proud of herself for those things. So she was Pleasant's former CPS worker, Kathy Shank. that volunteered to come back from Florida the moment she heard about two girls lost at the bridge. That like she came across very, very friendly and very nice and demure and mindful when she was talking to Nick. She was not that way when she was talking to the defense. And so she looked the defense square in the eyes because she was not thrilled. So, people being on TV is hard. I've had to do some TV interviews and they're really uncomfortable. And so if you're not used to that, I can see where she would not look at the camera. But on the stand, she seemed to do what the other witnesses normally do. Like, you know, look over at the jury some, look at the lawyers some, look in the audience some. Nobody really is super comfortable being on the stand unless you're a cop or a lawyer. Max did really well on the stand. He was super comfortable there, but nobody else was like, it's not really a fun day to go testify in the largest homicide trial in the country. Are there any actual facts that definitively support the timeline? So, yes, there are lots of them, but it depends on whose timeline you're talking about. So, um, if you're talking about the timeline of where the girls were at that day, yeah, like we know they were texting with friends. They were making plans to meet with a friend at the bridge, not the creepy pedophile, but like an actual friend their age. They were making plans to meet with a friend.
And
They,
isn't it, sorry, but isn't it bad though that the state says that they had no plans?
yeah, it's
That's the
interesting, isn't it?
state. Yes, that's why I came up. That's why I came back up.
Yeah,
Because the state says that they had no plans. It was a whim type, thing. Um, and then my other thing that I wanted you to maybe, if you can, help me understand. Okay, so Monday I went to a funeral. I came back. I laid my phone down and I didn't touch it for 2 hours or something like that.
hmm
So that means if I went missing, they would have said that I died by the time that I put my phone down. But
So
really, all I did was
put your phone down.
go, yeah, soak in a tub and just, cry my eyes out and then turned on a Hallmark Christmas movie. Legit, that's what I did.
Yeah, that's right.
So if I did end up dying at some point, how can you say, well, she died at this time?
One of the things that my team does, because we have learned the hard way, we do a lot of missing persons work, right? Outside of Delphi, like that's our normal wheelhouse is missing persons, and then we follow a case through even when it's a homicide, which they almost always are, unless it's a teenager. But one thing we do when um we know that a woman is in some danger, like if they're leaving a domestic violence situation, if they're hiding from a husband, a stalker, or whatever. I mean, we deal with some like crazy situations. Anyway, we make them text us. They set alarms on their phone for every 6 hours or so, and they text us. And if we don't get a text from them when their alarm goes off, we are sending agents to them. That's just that's just how it has to be. Like if it's somebody that we're actually monitoring. There's a woman um very, very loosely associated with this case that we had to do that with. Like, call me every day at this time. If you don't call me, text me, but one or the other, because if you don't, we're coming. So, I forgot what your original question was.
But for the
Oh, like,
girls,
could they stay in
they didn't have that situation. So I just don't understand why it's number one, it's appropriate because it's totally dishonest. But number like why lie that they were going to meet up with somebody like it was a whim of a plan? Like it might have been a whim, but they were still
Yeah,
meant to meet somebody there. And if so, who? And
right.
why didn't that person ever speak?
So I don't, they were children at the time. So the law keeps me from sharing.
Mentioning. Yeah.
So it was a boy that both girls knew, and he was going to meet them at the bridge. He stayed home so that he could play basketball with another boy. But he texted back and forth with the girls up until 2 o'clock, around 2 o'clock. So
Yeah. I
we can track her phone. Like every time you get a text message, you communicate with that tower. So we can
right.
track her phone everywhere that she went, every time a text went out, every time a text went in. You have every time they took photos in the car on the way to the bridge. They took video in the car on the way to the bridge. That was all testified to in court. Um,
But not the photo of earlier that morning when they were somewhere of a bridge or something of that nature where Libby was wearing her tie-dye and sweatpants. So I thought that's where the sweatpant theory came from, was from that picture earlier that morning. But then yet it's not discussed,
People say a lot
right?
of things that aren't accurate. So,
But there's a photo. There's a photo.
what was that photo
You
from
know?
that day?
Well, that's what the family said, but I don't know.
Exactly. So,
But isn't it odd? It's the exact same outfit she was supposed to be missing it
her clothes
originally.
were from the creek.
I know, but remember the original bolo was sweatpants?
Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't be saying too much.
No, you're right. No, you're fine. You're fine to ask all
Okay,
those questions. Parents give wrong descriptions of their missing children's clothing all the
all the
time.
time. Yeah, because right, I totally get it. Because like it would be unusual if I didn't wear like leggings or something that day, and then my family would be like, she was wearing leggings, and that day I just happened to be
Exactly.
wearing jeans. I don't know.
Exactly.
But like even about the autopsy, like how could they feel, or you may not be able to answer this, but how can they feel confident, even with the white van theory by the state side, that he got spooked, so therefore he did a bunch of things that would normally take hours to do, I would think, assume, um, my weak tushy, there we go. But yet you don't know the time of death. So how can you build a timeline
Mhm.
of time of death
Good
if you don't
question.
if you don't have one? But listen to this, and I'm asking this and I'm being genuine because if I'm wrong, then tell me I'm wrong so that way I
Okay.
can stop hounding it. How
Right.
can you build a timeline if you're not taking in account for when the tie-dye shirt wasn't found in the creek along with the shoe and the bandana scarf, whatever you want to call it, because it wasn't there the day before. It wasn't there during the night when they had the canoes and the people walking in the creek. So, how can a timeline be built at all if you don't even know when those items were placed in the creek? Because that's vastly important because you can't say it all happened within an hour and a half if those articles of clothing didn't get there until the next day or in the night or
Correct.
but they
So
weren't there in the
the cell phone expert did an interview yesterday. It was
Mm,
really, really fascinating.
that's right,
Um,
but she couldn't say
I suggest everybody go watch it because yeah, she couldn't say because that's going to
because it
be
wasn't said in court, so it's being held. She's holding it for
for
the
the appeal.
thingy appeal. Yeah.
Yep.
So am I right to be pissed off about that not being considered in the timeline? Because then the theory doesn't work even more if you're not accounting for the clothing.
So there's an assumption made there.
Oh,
So so we don't know that the clothing wasn't there.
well, then how come the people that were walking along the banks and inside the creek and in the canoes of the creek that were all right there didn't see it the day before?
Right. So like I explained to Josh a little bit earlier, proof and evidence means something different to me than like common sense would be for everybody else, right?
Am I
So
common sense and they're lazy for not finding it, or is it a
right,
possibility it was placed there later?
right. So we don't know. It's an unknown because
But then I don't
first
feel
of
like they
all,
should have a timeline.
first of all, they didn't take records to say which searcher was where. They didn't
Exactly.
collect GPS data of the searchers to see
Mm-hmm.
what area they had searched in when they couldn't. They didn't assign search grids.
Right.
So the poor search kind of
Oh,
drove that
lacks
theory out the window.
evidence. Oh, fudge.
So it's not evident
Okay.
that, like, you think that a searcher looked there. Like, a person can say that they looked there. My wife loses her keys all
Yeah.
the time. Like, she is the worst about keeping her keys in the same place, right? So she'd be like, "Will
Oh,
you help me find my keys? I'm late." And I'll go over to a table and she'll be like, "I looked there." And I will pick up her fucking keys and hand them to her because I know she didn't really
yeah.
look there. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
if you've got a bunch of people out in the woods,
With not a
like
grid
we're out in the
slicket.
woods, we're
Yeah.
out on the edge of the water, and they're looking for two alive girls,
But you don't say,
then
oh,
that's
she's wearing a fluorescent shirt. Here it is.
which it's in the water. Then people are looking for living girls. They are not looking for shirts in the water.
But they should have, because it's tie-dyed. It's not like your everyday, well, maybe in Delphi, but it's not like in, I don't have a tie-dyed shirt in my closet.
But if you're looking for human beings, I run a search team. So this is a subject that I know well.
Okay,
If you are
teach me.
looking for a human being, you're not a live human being because at this point the girls were just a few hours late getting home, right?
Then why would they get in the water? Because
Then
they were all,
were they in the water?
yeah.
For
Yes, I
sure.
promise, ma'am. Yeah,
They ended up
yeah,
using canoes at some commission.
Correct.
Yeah.
yep.
Right. I
So if
know the
they were
canoe.
in the water, then they would have to be looking for bodies that were somehow held down underneath water because it was like up to the waist that day.
Hmm.
And me, it might have been up to my chest, my
But if
boobies.
you're looking for a body, you're not looking for a shoe or a shirt. You're looking for a body. Like
Someone,
someone
someone,
like me would be looking for a shirt because I know that shirt is going to lead to a sock, which is going to lead me to a body. But some normal everyday person, they look for bodies. Like we have to, when we take searchers out on a cold case where it's been a year, We have to tell them to look for garbage so that they'll look for humans, because the your brain is looking for something that looks like a human. It's not looking for little tiny pieces of bone. You know what I mean? Like, so these people, most of them that were out there, were looking for two injured girls. They weren't looking for a sock and a pair of underwear and a shoe and a pair of pants. Because in creeks like that, there's bullshit everywhere. And we found from the search results from the days after that, there were divers in the water for days. That creek was full of shit. Like they
Yeah.
found all kinds of stuff. Cups, cans, clothes. There was several pairs of shoes. Like they found a lot of stuff. So
I just feel like,
they could have missed it. It could have not been there. You're very right. It
oh,
may
I
not
just feel like
have been.
maybe if smart people were out there, then never mind. I'll be nice. I'll be nice. I won't
You're
say it.
right.
Can
You
I
can
ask a
say it
question?
because we all think it, but then when you're in a situation like that, I don't know.
I just
One of
feel
the
like we can't. Oh, I'm
one of the
sorry.
cops that was called to the scene, he testified. Um, there were people standing right by the girls when the girls were found, and he came down from the cemetery, so he knew that he was looking for two bodies that were going to be laid on the ground right there in that area. And there
Pat
were
Brown.
two people standing there waiting for him. And he walked right past them. And he knew that he was looking for human beings. Like he knew that they were there because he was going out there to meet them. And
There
he
wasn't
said that he
even
walked
foliage. It
past
was
them.
it was
Correct.
empty.
Tea
Correct.
and cola, right?
He ended up calling them and saying, "Hey, where y'all at?" But he said that he walked right
Oh,
past.
how,
So
how, how, how?
it seems like it should be easy.
Well, I think because I was out there, and so I just a lot of
Well,
things
you
just
got to
don't
remember
make
these are members of the public. These aren't even true crime people. These are farmers and
not attention to detail
nurses
people like
and
me
right.
with my Nancy Drew magnifying glass. Like, let's go.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
but
They
see,
thought those girls were out there injured somewhere. So they
but
were
then
looking
if
for
they were
villages.
injured, they would have been like, oh my God, she fell off the bridge and her t-shirt's right here. Sorry.
Most people think that bodies float, and they do for a while. And it was cold.
Yeah. But I will tell you, there was a rumor early on that the girls were found. One of the girls were found in the creek, and one of the girls were found sitting up like a baby doll. So those,
Yeah,
when
I
people,
still hear it.
did
I
you,
still hear it. I
yeah,
saw it today on a YouTube video. Somebody is
okay.
still saying the girls were found in the water and then their bodies were moved to the land. I am still hearing it.
Yeah, I get so confused because I'm like, that evening I saw pictures of the crime scene, so I don't understand, like,
Yeah.
nothing, they weren't in the water. They weren't, and I never saw Abby or Libby sitting up like a baby doll. So that part is
No,
still confusing to me.
they were not found in the water and they were not sitting up like a baby doll. That
Thank
I don't
you.
know why human beings do that.
Have to lie.
I
Yeah.
don't get it. Like the story is bad enough as it is. Like there's
But if you,
really no reason to exaggerate it. It's just bizarre behavior.
it's it's horrendous as it is. But if you go back and if you line up all of the rumors, they actually connect and make a story, and it's all one blended thing. That
All
was the
right.
bizarre thing too, because I'm like,
Yeah.
whoa, this rumor is like meshing together. Like
Yeah.
you heard 7 or 8 rumors, but they all connect. And it's like,
right?
whoa, I've never seen that before.
Because a lot of them have a single source.
It's
A lot of
crazy.
that nonsense, it tracks back to most most of the more widespread, really wrong. Um, they've turned into conspiracies now, but like the closely held beliefs that are inaccurate, they track
Okay.
back to like probably three main sources,
Okay.
and two of them are good people. They're just wrong.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like
Okay.
not everybody's malicious, but
Yeah, Delphi scares me now.
hmm,
It scares me. Delphi scares me now as a place because of just, I mean, it's such a small town, but you have a large number of murders. So I don't even know how they still have their population. And
It
then
should it should scare you, even if it's not like cult like stuff that scares you, just
it's just
legally
a
it should
mess.
scare you.
And right. Yeah.
their
Okay. So
sex
my last,
offender list is unnaturally long. Like
isn't it?
they have a bizarre number of sex offenders there. Like
I'm
their
like, if
registry
there was, I'm
crazy.
afraid if there was like a bestiality one, even because I just learned about that. And I'm like, if there was an offender list for that, I'm curious how long that would be
It'll
because
sound
of,
like that, but
I know they
it,
should
when
keep
you
your,
go to
people need to
when
keep
you
their
go to the
pets safe.
registry, it'll say what their offense was, and you can look them up like that.
Oh, God. Okay, before I puke, one more thing.
Mhm.
If the autopsy director and the examiner, if they didn't give a time of or blah 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 time of death, again, how do you come up with the timeline just by a phone stopping?
Right?
Because he could have just dropped the
Especially
phone down.
especially since the cell phone expert
Says there
said that
was
there was
more.
health data didn't that didn't
Yeah,
stop. So that's
yeah,
interesting because I didn't
yeah.
see the report on that. I didn't
Ooh.
I didn't ever get to see that report with my own two eyes.
But am I
So
silly for
that
questioning the
is interesting.
prosecution with my two middle fingers? Like, you don't know when the article in the articles were found in the creek, but I understand what your point is. But I'm like, you don't even have a TOD, so you can't have a timeline. You can't. And then
Especially
you've got
so narrow. Like I would
it.
have
Oh,
expected I would have I don't
not to mention two branches were bigger than Rick Allen.
I,
There's
the
two large branches.
very large. I I I don't they
Maybe I
didn't
should
do
just.
a liver temp. Like I know it was cold.
And they put them in
So
the freezer in the box truck to the morgue. Yeah, it was a freezer truck.
I have heard that before. I don't know that that's true.
Uh, okay, well now we got to look that up again because I think it is true. But if we're
It might
wrong,
be.
then we
It
can
might
nip
be,
that
but
in the bud.
it might be, but I don't know that it is because I know that
Okay,
Becky Patty
she saw the
in
ambulance.
normally I don't, you know,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the family can say anything they want because they have a right to say anything they want because they're the victim's family. However,
Hmm.
she would have had no reason to like mistell that. But she did say in one of her interviews that she looked up, like somebody had told her that they found the girls. And she's like, it didn't really make sense to her until she looked up and saw the coroner's van.
Quarter is bad. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
and then
like,
they
and then it
they
made
took them.
sense to her.
I think they took them to one location and then they were then from there transported to Terre Haute.
That would make sense. That would make
But
sense.
I still think, and this is where I get frustrated. Like that should have been it. Would have, could have, should have. So I'm not even going to say it because I'm not an expert. I didn't go to school, so I can't critique. I just what is that word? No, I can't say because I just did a tongue tie. Critique the search because there are just way too many obvious things missed. Like that is bold
Yeah,
and
you had a bunch
bright
of
and
unqualified. You had a bunch of unqualified folks bouncing around in the woods looking for two injured kids. But
somehow
to be
peeing and
fair,
spitting it
to be
ruined the
fair,
DNA.
what was that?
They all the pee and the spit ruined the chances of having good DNA. Well, I don't think
Yeah,
anybody went over to the girls and pee-peed on them.
that's a crock of shit, and we all know it, including them. They
Okay.
know
Okay.
that's just silliness.
Okay.
But
Okay. I won't keep you. I'm
every
sorry.
every every set of human remains that has been found as a result of a search is like that. Like to have to have footprints. Cops always want a pristine scene. They and they are never going to get one because that's just the nature of looking for human beings, especially in the woods next to a river. The ground is soft, you're going to leave footprints. You're going to have people dropping their gloves, and they generally don't drop 40 caliber unspent rounds, but stranger things have happened. But you're gonna have that. Searchers that are
Yeah.
looking for two injured young girls are not gonna hike back to the truck, drive to the fire department so they can take a piss. They're just not gonna. They're gonna pee
I
in the woods.
know.
I
And
have
don't
peed in the woods more
and
times than
don't
I've been on a search and peed in the woods. Like
yeah.
it's gonna happen. Too bad. That's what happens when you go looking for human beings in the woods.
Yeah, don't take my sassy tone any like
Oh no,
personal. It's for the
mine either.
girls, and it's
Mine
the
either.
same
I'm just
thing.
sarcastic. I'm just
I,
sarcastic. So
me me
don't
too,
take
and I
away
just
from it.
get because I support that this investigation is wrong, so therefore I'm in a category titled as this, you know, baby murder. Da, da, like, ugh, I'm here for the girls. I'm screaming for the girls. Um.
Them and their family, they deserve better answers than they got.
But they don't
They
seem to want it. Oh, sorry,
mm,
sorry.
they
But
they don't all think the same. I don't think. I don't think they all share a brain.
well, let's
Just
hope
saying.
because I'm just so beyond frustrated. And so I thank you because I'm like, there's no timeline. And it was funny because I loved it when Bob Mata started saying it because I've been screaming that. And then he said it, and I was like, okay, I'm not a dummy. I'm not the only one. I just don't feel like there's a timeline at
There's
all.
it's all the way from that last, from the end of the video. And then that 2:32, I think, was the last time that they they said that her phone moved.
It
Um,
was two
and then
something.
all
So
the way until noon the next day. To me, the time of death is somewhere between 2:32 and noon the next day.
me too.
Like
Thank you.
it could be any freaking where in between. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
It was
Mm-hmm.
warm enough that it's not like the girls were. It was cold, but it was not freezing. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, because they're from the area. But me being West Coast and then going there, I would have like shivered and thought,
yeah,
I
It
would be crying.
it was cold, but it was a lot warmer than what it would normally
It
be
was.
for that time of
yeah,
year, especially Northwest Indiana. It's fairly
yeah,
cold here.
yeah.
But real quick, I'm the one that accidentally made a comment that was read wrong and I got beat up on.
I'm sorry. Are you the one that I apologized to? I was like, oh my God, I'm so
Yes,
sorry.
Good.
that's me.
I'm so sorry. That was
No, I get your
terrible of
passion.
me. That was terrible of me. Like, I usually mind my tongue a little better than that.
Yeah. No, 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 no. It's your passion, and like I said, I have a lot of regret because I just thought the defense knew everything. So why would I butt in? Why would I say, "Here, you must know what I know"? I thought they already
Mm.
knew it, and now I have a
You
lot of
know,
regret about like the
we
white van.
we were also really hard to contact
Yeah, I
because
didn't
of
even.
the gag order, and then
Yeah,
because of the sheer amount of trolling, and then trying to have our lead attorney arrested.
right. Yep. It
It
was a lot
put
of
us
oops, sorry,
it
I
put
cussed.
us in a no, you're fine. You're fine. It put us in this weird space where it made it hard for us to investigate. Like
Or trust, or
yeah, I had to like vet people before I could even
mhm.
ask them fucking questions. It was so weird. That is
Yeah,
not the usual experience, right? Normally, if I reach out to somebody, like if I texted you one day or went to your Facebook or whatever and said, "Hey, I heard you I saw this comment that you made. I work for the defense side of, Rick Allen. I'm a PI investigating Rick Allen's case. Can you tell me
yeah,
more?"
yeah.
That is what I would normally do. Like on a
Hmm.
normal case, I would do that. In this case, I could not because
Yeah,
I would
I
have to
understand.
figure out which side of the aisle you were on, figure out if you were crazy, figure out if you were on YouTube,
Hmm.
and then maybe reach out. And then, even if I did reach out, I had to be cryptic and speak in code because
Right.
everybody's after a screenshot they can run to Facebook with or they can run to
Yeah.
YouTube with. Like, we've,
I didn't know this case was discussed on YouTube or on Reddit until like shortly after Rick Allen's arrest. And I was like, no way. And then
Oh
it
boy,
was,
this has been
it
going
was,
on for years.
yeah, and I didn't realize how insane, like some
Mhm.
minds actually terrify me, and I don't care if it makes me look weak, but I can never imagine living with some personalities that I've witnessed. It's terrifying. It's bad.
so
Nasty.
my work partner and I, Erica Morse, she's another girl that investigated Delphi. Um, we did the Haley Dunn murder
Okay.
right before Casey Anthony killed little Kaylee. Haley
Yeah,
Dunn's
she
murder
did.
was yeah, Haley
She
Dunn's
did.
murder was Nancy Grace's hot topic. So Casey or Haley's dad, um, we're friends to this day. We're still working on that case, but he said that there were media trucks on his lawn for 6 straight months. There was
Crazy.
HLN, TMZ, CNN, all of them. Like, she was the little girl that was dressed like a cheerleader. She was all over the news. And even in that case, we deal with crazies there. And so
Hmm.
when you do high profile cases, you pick up, crazy people. Y'all have some here in Delphi. The Haley Dunn crazies followed us into all of our other cases. So every time we take on a new case, if it happens to have some even close to high profile, right, they follow us right along. So they showed up in Delphi, even in some of the groups and whatnot. So we
Oh,
also tried to not burden Delphi with the crazies that we picked up from Haley Dunn's case. But
yeah.
it just not being able to correct the record, and then not being able to talk to people. You can't investigate in a vacuum. So I can sit back and read and watch, but man, it's so much easier to just contact people because we need actual real evidence, right? Knowing
And that's, yeah.
opinions and all the rumors, that's all great. But at some point, we got to pin down those rumors and either prove them or disprove them.
I'm okay if Richard Allen is guilty, but then show me. The state needs to show me because I've not seen it. But yet, no offense, but the defense didn't help me either because they were so locked down. So, oh, and then the Paladinos right here. Like, I love Monticello. So we always fly in to Indiana from like May to July, or sometimes like all of May, we'll leave June and come back in July. And so I love Monticello.
Right.
And I've already told them we're not going this year because of the
So
Palladino.
pretty there. Monticello's suffering right now too with Indiana Beach being closed, but I heard that they might open back up this year.
Oh,
Monticello
they
gorgeous.
they have an owner. They have an owner.
Do
It's
they?
not shut down. Yeah, it's not shut down. It's a business owner from Chicago, but he's
Good.
overpriced everything for the last like 3 years. It's all overpriced.
I thought it was closed last summer.
No, it was open.
Okay. It's beautiful
Yeah,
there. Don't let
isn't
this
it?
cake scare you away from that.
I was
We stayed
gonna
at the trial and it was gorgeous.
did
That
you stay
lake.
in a cabin? A cabin on the lake?
We stayed in the
Yes.
condo. Yeah. It was
Yep.
beautiful. It was
So
beautiful.
yeah, but the like what KSX is asking about the Paul D, like, oh my gosh, the people are just scary AF. I'll let you talk about the Paldinos because I'm interested in all of that too. No, no. Uh-oh.
Hmm.
It's a special kind of look you gave. Are we
Mm,
going to get something real good?
we're all right. I gotta double check my facts before I open my mouth.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna hop down. I hug you both again. Thank you, thank you.
Thank
No
you, Veronica.
problem.
Okay, bye.
So I only have stuff on one Palladino. And it's limited. And I'm not going to be able to share a whole lot of it. But I will share some once I get to it. It's going to take me just a second. Because I can't recall right off the top of my head. And I don't remember which file I stuck it in. Because he was a witness.
Interesting.
His name came up kind of a lot. Actually, he just kind of floated through, but like nothing super substantial. But he sounds like an interesting kind of guy. What do you know about him, Chrissy? Or I don't know why I keep calling you by my name, but what do you know about him, Gertie?
I've heard that he was involved in drugs and robbing people. And I heard that he was associated to the Kokomo crew. And I just heard that he was a bad mamma jamma. That's all that I've heard there. You know, that he's got his hand in a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he kind of it depended on like who you asked. Like he was either the best family man, you know, would never hurt a fly, never did anything wrong, you know, loved God and country type stuff, or was this wild child problem, like the information
Yeah.
kind of, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it was interesting.
I mean, I've heard a lot of people were pretty scared of him too. I mean, I hear that they've got a lot of pull. So
Yeah. Well, and I think if I remember right, I think he's family.
What?
that's the first I've heard of that.
I
To
believe
which side? To which one? Victim 1 or 2?
I don't remember. I'm gonna look right. I'm looking right now.
Well, that one fella rolls with him. That colorful one.
Gabe Ellis?
No, the colorful one.
Mm-mm.
I'm trying to think of which one.
Renee?
Oh, that colorful.
Oh, the colorful. That
Oh yeah. You know, that green guy, he's mm, mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder if he still sits around and has staring contests with his friends. Like funny stories. Like I got funny stories about that guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well,
He apparently enjoys staring contests for some reason.
I
I
find
don't
that
know.
weird. That's very odd.
Isn't that odd?
It
I
is
have
odd.
never sat in an upstairs apartment with my friend and had a staring contest that lasted all night long. I mean,
While
I
the
know you
friend
guys don't know
prayed.
what I'm talking about, but you know, that's just not a thing that I've ever done with anyone.
It is odd.
Weird,
It's even more odd than sweatpants.
right? Right.
Sweatpants are pretty odd.
They are odd.
Comfy, but odd.
Comfy but odd. I wish I had a better answer to that sweatpants situation, but I don't know the root of it.
Bro, he was just like, I don't understand that man. Because he was like, the wife didn't seem like she wanted to be there. Kathy, she seemed annoyed by it. Well, nah, really? You called her down there to get her car, and now it seems like her husband's being framed for a double
Exactly.
homicide of 2 teenage kids.
Right.
well, it doesn't
Nothing
exactly
annoying at all about that.
right. Doesn't exactly strike them with happiness like a child going to Disneyland.
It actually kind of seems like my kind of date. I always dreamed of being interrogated on like just a random ass night.
Yeah.
Now I remember Palladino. Okay, so he's not family. Mhm. So there's more than one.
Yeah, there's several.
There's several. So one of them is alleged to have sold this. This information's weird though, and I'll tell you why afterwards. He's alleged to have sold 100 pounds of crystal ice to Libby's parent and then never paid for it. So here's the thing. I don't know if any of you are purveyors of crystal meth, but they don't call it crystal ice.
Right.
Because it's meth. And they also don't sell it in pounds. They sell it in kilos. So that is odd.
Is that like in a statement to the authorities or?
So it's in a tip, and I don't know where the tip was actually sent. And I'm not going to talk about who sent it.
Yeah, no, don't talk about who sent it, but that's
because I have seen that similar information in public. I've seen it posted online, and I've seen it elsewhere. Like, it's not just one person that said it,
right.
which is odd. And then there's more to him. And I think that you'll hear probably more about him in the future.
Yeah.
Because there's more, but I can't.
Does it go toward the new stuff that's coming down the pipeline?
It does.
Okay. Then say no more and we'll just keep it moving.
Case by Case said she had sent some stuff that way and she'd like to come on. Just go ahead and click the link up.
There should be a link at the top pinned.
I was watching her earlier. She's
good.
I like her. She has great information. She does great coverage. I like her.
Yeah, that live she did earlier, we postponed this one so we could finish watching hers.
Yep.
Because that was well done.
Well, I got about halfway in, and that, like, when I caught it, she was already like a little halfway or a little more than halfway in. So I have to catch the beginning of it. But
yeah, me too. I didn't catch the beginning.
I started
either.
the replay of it.
Yeah, I didn't catch the beginning either. That's why I was like, what happened at the beginning? What was that I was reading? I'm impressed that she got the interview.
The link is still pinned, isn't it?
Yeah. It is.
I don't know how to do any of that, so.
Oh, I pinned it to the YouTube page, but
good.
So if she wants to come in, she can come in and whatever.
So, my YouTube is actually Silenced Woman, my actual YouTube page. I'm going to recommend that you all, when you're done with this, go like my YouTube page because I'm going to start using it a little bit.
Amy, the link to get on is pinned right up top of the chat if you want to click it.
I probably should have clicked further up for context, but
yeah, you should come on screen because I can't say that, but you can.
okay. So I guess
Cindy doing math on that liquid, like how much gallons it would be.
I'm gonna put another
how many gallons or how many kilos it would be? Or how many
she said of a certain 11 gallons of a certain liquid.
Anhydrous. Good job, Indy Cindy. Hey, how'd you get that formula, ma'am? You telling on yourself over there? I'm just teasing, but So when I was in college, I was a chemistry major, right? I think it was my sophomore year, or it could have been my junior year. A friend that was also in the same department as I was, we were approached about setting up a meth lab. Somebody wanted to pay us to set up a lab, pay us enough to pay off our entire tuition and then some. And no, no, because I don't like handcuffs. I'm kind of allergic to prison, so I was not interested. But I thought it was funny that like somebody wanted to hire us to build them a lab, an actual lab. I'm
An
looking
actual lab is not good.
right.
Not
Well, some of these guys they use that. So there's two different methods of making meth. And one of them is real quick and dirty, and you can do it like in the trunk of your car or whatever. It's shake and bake. It's dangerous, man. That's how these people are like setting themselves on fire and stuff. It is really, really, really dangerous.
I saw in the newspaper um, last year, they were talking about people were actually making meth in water bottles in their car now. Like
Yeah.
they're shaking it, and they had the article in the newspaper because it blew up and combusted in somebody's face or whatever, and really like did a lot of damage to them.
Yep.
From JJ coming for me in the comments. Could you not, Judge Jessica?
What was that?
Judge. So,
She did not. She did not, but I'll ask her for it.
Judge Jessica, so I just found out in this last year that you don't need electricity to cook meth. Because I was like, how are they cooking it down by the creek? Did they have Bunsen burners out there?
Yeah, you don't need electricity to cook meth.
Goodness.
They run an electric extension cords out the back.
Oh, that's funny. So I think um I suspect that Josh Ward, the guy from the biker club that was in New Mexico that died in that fire, I suspect
Yeah.
we're going to find out that that was meth related. I really think that we're going to find out that that was either meth related or it was a Molotov cocktail because they like to use both.
Yes. There was a question about if the last name Hartman came up. I was trying to find it to make sure I got all of the question.
It did. It did. I have seen that name.
Okay. Um
I've seen probably the name of every man in Delphi, though. Probably, I would bet in some way. Like we had. I try to only really talk about um, people's lives that wouldn't be destroyed just by me mentioning them because I really don't want to. I really don't want to hurt anybody. But we had moms turning in their sons and daughters turning in their dads and wives turning in their husbands, like some of these tips. And I'm going to assume that they all believed that these men in their lives were capable of killing children. I'm going to I'm of the belief that when they called these tips in, they meant it. But that kind of makes me treasure my own marriage some more, because I would never, like, that would never be a thought.
I will say, like, when I first found out about the case, like when I was looking into it more, because many years went by, I found out what the night that they went missing, and then I found out they were deceased shortly after they were found. But then years went by, and like I kind of didn't think about it too much more. And then I had caught something on TV. So then I started sleuthing about it, right? And when I looked up the sex offender registry in that area,
It's
I
huge.
was freaking appalled. I was literally, and then like when I looked that up and then I looked up like other things that were going on in the news, this is around Garrett Kurtz and stuff like that. I was like, this dude killed two people. He's young. Like, and I was just like flabbergasted, honestly.
There
Could
was a
not believe it.
lawyer. There was a lawyer in that area too that like ran off with a teenage girl, I think. I think
All
that's
case by case is backstage.
okay, cool. I can't wait to talk to her because
I don't
I
see
missed
her.
the first half. I'm hoping she can fill us in.
I don't see her at the bottom here.
Oh, she just said she's backstage. Try again, BB.
I'll drop the link again just to make sure. Put it.
So my answer to that, perfectly Purdy, I know you didn't ask me, you're asking I did not hear that. I did not come across anything like that. So
I know she asked but I was interested in maybe if you had seen
yeah,
anything or heard anything like that.
I didn't, but if anybody has any proof of that, send that over to the defense team or to me or Erica, and we can send it to them. Because that'd be worth having.
That's what it was. The Hartman come up in the Ward case.
Oh, in the Word case. I don't have
That's
that.
what, yeah.
I don't have that file in here. I don't remember. I mean, I remember reading about that name. I remember seeing that name. I don't think he was one of the original four. What's this Hartman's first name? Do you remember? I can't think off the top of my head what the name of those guys were. There was a Montgomery.
Oh, I can pull that up real quick. Hold on, I got the tab open. So we have
Isn't that sad?
Richard C. Everett. And then what's the next one? Gotta scroll through the record. Sorry. Take a second. We had the Montgomery dude, Richard C. Everett. Let's see, where's the other one?
I think Montgomery is the one that is also deceased. But don't quote me on that one because I could be wrong.
And
he left behind a widow.
Thing up here.
What's the last name we're looking for? Hartman.
Yeah, Hartman, Hartman.
So you guys are not coming across any polygraph records, right?
David Jones. Not that I've seen. I haven't seen any polygraph records personally, but I don't know what anybody else has seen. So we got a David Jones, Richard Everett, the Montgomery, whatever, and then is that Stephen Smith is not. That's the server.
Perfectly pretty said look up harder. Harter.
That name I
Okay,
don't
case by
recognize.
case is in back, she said.
Okay, I'm coming. There she is.
Hey, sorry.
Hi.
Hi, I tried to log in from my phone, but my Wi-Fi was, I don't know, sometimes when I'm upstairs, it doesn't work the way it's supposed to. So,
Good job earlier.
oh, thank you.
That was impressive.
Well,
It's not
thank
very
you.
often you come across new information, and that was full of it. Very well done.
Thank you. I have been on the Paladinos for a long time.
Okay, good.
So, but I mean,
Share what you can. There's just
I-
things that I can't. Oh, but you can.
okay, hang on. Let me grab my little book real quick. Give me one sec.
Okay, cool.
I love this.
Mm-hmm. Me too. Because I can't. You know what I mean? Like there
Right.
are just some things that I can't say.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, but
and
somebody
everyone
else,
knows that. Everyone knows that.
yeah, they do.
And they appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. So I'm always
Wow.
grateful when somebody else is willing to say that which I cannot say.
Well,
Gritty, she said Sarah Harder. Try Sarah Harder.
SARA or SARAH,
H.
and then HARTER.
Yes.
Okay.
all right, I'm back. So, what you just shared really hit the nail on the head with that sale and who it was to and it not being paid. Because everything that I have researched over the past 2 years, because I don't know if you've looked at other things on my channel, I've been really heavy into Ashley Garth's case.
Oh, yeah.
And Jason Palladino ordered the killing of Nicole Bowen because Nicole Bowen, we don't know if Nicole Bowen was with Garrett when he unalived Ray Hainish, but we know after the fact, Nicole was in the car with Garrett, and the car belonged to Ray. They believe Ray was killed on the 13th of March, 2019. They were pulled over on the 14th. They had meth in the car, they had a scale in the car, they had syringes. When they were arrested, Nicole spilt the beans. And apparently, I don't know what paperwork was found or what paperwork Garrett got his hands on shortly thereafter. But after Nicole passed, Garrett had told Ashley that he had to kill her because she had agreed to do a controlled buy on the Palladinos.
Ashley Garth?
No, Nicole Bowen.
Oh, okay.
Garrett told Ashley the reason for what happened to Nicole happened and that Jason made him do it was because Nicole was going to do a controlled buy on them. So there's that. Jason was, to my knowledge, I don't even think Jason was ever even interviewed. He was listed in the probable cause. It was supposed to be a three-way conspiracy that he was named in, and he was never charged. His girlfriend, well, his I call her the Black Widow, Talitha Beckley. She's heavily involved with the Paladinos. She's bounced from one to the other. When one's in jail, she's with another. She was arrested with Mark Palladino on a B&E in Pulaski County, and they got arrested. She got out. He was, multiple offender, so he got more time.
But do you know what her criminal history is like?
She's got one.
Is she always over there in Pulaski County?
Is she? I'm sorry.
Is she always over there in Pulaski County?
No, she's really around. Well, now she's in Rockville.
Right.
But I don't. As far as where for a long time I know that she was over there on Hodges Drive.
Oh, okay.
In Monticello.
Okay.
So she was with at this time she was with Jason. Now, I sent Erica kind of a snippet of information that included something directly tying them to this, and she said that she was going to pass it on to you. Okay. So just to kind of, so you've got Jason Palladino, you've got CJ Palladino. Those are brothers. Mm-hmm. Curtis is their father. Mark is their uncle. Curtis and Mark are brothers. They all still live in the area, but shortly after this happened, they took off to California for a while. The dads, that's where the dads are originally, that's where Curtis and them are originally from. So what I've put together, which these are things that have came to me in pieces and parts, okay, from different, and what makes it connect is it's coming from completely different people regarding different things. So you've got, and just to kind of give you this, portrays the kind of people that we're talking about. Talitha Beckley in 2016 made a Facebook post about a friend of hers being pregnant, and she needed to help her friend because her friend was getting ready to be locked down and didn't know what to do. Well, then the baby's father, because the pregnant girl was actually her, the baby's father came on there and started chewing her out about where's the baby? What did you do with it? I opened up a CPS case on you. And that was in 2016. I went back and found that. And I got a message from a random person telling me that they were in a county jail. I'm not even sure which county jail. It might have even been Carroll County. And Talitha had told them that she had killed her own baby and buried it in the woods. So there's that. Then I had somebody else reach out to me discussing the Talitha Beckley in jail running her mouth about them being involved in showing up on the side of the road to help someone in need on a motorcycle, and come to find out this case was the David Kallenberger case.
Oh.
Yeah. That whole thing is on my channel. Brian Phillips, I did a whole complete, because Jerry Holman was just out there at Dave Grader's property.
I watched that interview when you had Brian Phillips on there, and I was telling Christine about David Kallenberger. We just talked about that a couple weeks ago. I told you about her covering that. That episode was like insane, the amount of information you were able to pull. Oh my goodness.
I've been trying to get people to watch it.
Yeah.
I post it all the time.
Yeah. So then let's just make things a little bit more complicated. So I don't know if you've watched the Cryptic Note on my
Yes.
channel? Okay.
Yes. And you
So
brought in Oak Girl who said that she was the doodler. So
Yep.
it wasn't the Jason Palladino note found by Pork Chop.
no,
Yes.
it was right. It
Well,
was
it was
a note.
found by Pork Chop and Sunny on Facebook, but it wasn't like this cryptic map that people thought it could be.
And they were accusing Ashley Garth of being the author of the note.
Yes.
I found her. She.
What note are we talking about, guys?
Hmm?
What note are we talking about?
It's just a silly. Yeah.
It was basically, I don't even know if it was a piece of paper or on a whiteboard, but it was posted on Jason Palladino's Facebook page. And it was picked up by another channel. And don't get me wrong, I like Sunny and them. They took it and attempted to decipher that it was something that had to do with the Delphi murders, and that Ashley Garth was the author. And if you flip the map over and sideways, it was a map for the bridge and the trails and the crime scene, yada, yada, yada. So I found the original author. She said no. At the time, this girl was actually seeing Palladino and had stopped by the house and left this doodle for him. And come to find out, her mother dated Mark Palladino, and her sister was in a relationship with one of the Ingalls boys back then. And his
Same
brother,
family as Cheyenne?
yes,
Yes.
his brother was married. This Ingalls, his brother, was married to Cheyenne on March 13th, 2017. Although they were split up, they were still married. It was a very nasty divorce. However, what makes this significant is that the other brother, not the one married to Cheyenne, but the other Ingalls, was living on the Palladino compound in February of 2017.
Ooh. Compelling.
Then I was told, and I'll give you this person's name privately. I won't do it on the air.
Yeah, we need to talk. I have information for you too.
I was told that I mean, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. There's just too many things that connect here, and things like this. Normally I would kind of like not repeat it because it's so crazy. But well, there's two things actually, and I'll just go ahead and tell this one first. But this person said that she used to hang out with Talitha at the Palladino. They call it the compound. It's really a lot with 2 trailers on it, and it's just trash. But it's got a lot of video. It's got a lot of cameras outside. There's a lot of arrests that have taken place there, but yet none of the Palladinos ever list that address as their home address when you look up any of their court records. But they do own the property, and they own the 2 trailers. At the time of, and I know in 2019, Terry Smothers lived in the second trailer, but the Palladinos ran in and out of the front trailer. But this person said that they were hanging out over at the Palladinos trailer. She used to go over there and get high with Talitha. And she told me that Talitha told her that if you go back there under the floor, you're going to find evidence of the Delphi murders. So I told Ashley that, and Ashley got really quiet and she said, "Holy shit, Amy." Garrett had said they used to hide drugs in the floor or under the floor outside the bathroom in the hallway. Am I saying too much?
No, keep going. Keep going. You're fine.
Okay, and the next thing is that I'll be truthful. This was passed on to me from Sunny Justice, but Nick Edwards had communicated, and supposedly he went to law enforcement, and he claims he was ignored. But he said that Sheena Cottrell told him that she was there. Sheena Cottrell, strawberry blonde, long hair, that she was there and watched CJ Palladino unalive the girls, and the other Palladinos were involved. I have that in the actual message, and I sent that to Erica. Now I'm going to have a hit out on me.
So I have found that when you have dangerous information, you get to make two choices. You can either stay very, very quiet, or you can be very, very loud. Either one will ensure your safety. Where
Well,
people
that's
get
good.
into trouble is if they try to take the middle ground.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can show you, because I was in contact with Garrett Kurtz for a while on just working on Ashley's case. And the last message that I got from him, and it came from the GTL Connect app, he said, if you keep sticking your nose in this, you say you like true crime, you're going to find out what true crime is. And you can take that any way you like.
Yeah, that sounds about right from Garrett.
Yeah.
He's not a friendly guy.
Yeah, he's so.
Oh, I think we lost sound on you.
No, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
I can now. Yeah, I lost you for just a minute there. So Kurtz is another one that, man, he floats through information. Like he came up kind of a lot.
I think that he came up a lot originally when the new sketch came out. And that was right after the Nicole's case happened, and then he went on Open Secrets and did all those interviews and ran his mouth. His interrogation videos on my channel, and I mean, the amount of lies that he tells is unreal.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. And you all found out about him later, but even towards the beginning of the investigation, his name was coming up. It's weird.
Well, he used to hang out at Logan's property. His dad, I think his dad and them all hunted together, and that's another thing when it comes to NM. Garrett made it very clear to me that when you look at the case history on him, in January of 2019, he broke into Ashley's house and strangled her unconscious multiple times, duct taped her, had her gagged, was going to kill her.
Yep.
And they only charged him with the felony 6 of strangulation, and they put a restraining order on him. And he was out of jail in less than 10 days. Then he violated the restraining order twice, rearrested, let out the same day. 14 days later, kills Ray Hainish, arrested in his car, let out the same night, and then 16 days after that, kills Nicole. And he said, well, Dick McClelland and my family are friends. I didn't have to worry about shit.
Right. I don't understand. Like, this is not about Delphi, or not about the Delphi case, but I don't understand how Nick McClelland gets elected. Like, I don't get it.
Wasn't he made incumbent first? Like he took over first and then he got reelected because he was incumbent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he took over for Ives.
Because they say that once you're incumbent, it's hard to, even if no one voted you in, if you're incumbent,
Because you're like a
it's hard to
shoe-in.
get you out. Yeah.
Like, yeah, but his record of letting dangerous people go, it's crazy.
Mhm.
I don't get. I don't get it. I
Right.
don't get it at all. Like he
Um,
hung his hat on Rick Allen, and he was willing to move heaven and earth to convict that man, and it didn't matter if he did it or not. I get it. He
self-preservation.
wanted that win, but even outside of Rick's case, he just does shit willy nilly. Like he gives people crazy sentences for minor things, but then he lets like rapists and drug traffickers and
Child molesters and
child
all
molesters,
that walk
woman
off with
beaters.
nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
Have you
And then
nothing.
they reoffend.
Yep.
have you guys heard of have you guys heard about his party bus?
No.
What?
What?
No. Lay it on
Um,
me.
well, he used to have one, from what I understand.
Oh, interesting.
Interesting.
Mhm. I mean, I just personally, I mean, I know just from being down there and talking with people, a lot of people that have lived there for a very long time, that the reputation is not good.
No. I
Never.
mean, he's already got the hair. It was so hard. Like, I'm trying not to be petty because, you know, I've got not the sexiest hairdo in the world either. But every time he would walk by me with like that brill creamed mullet that he wears, all I could just think of is that I wanted to cut it. Like, just the just the mullet in the back just had to go. Like they
You just
they
wanted to
gave
give him a
Marsha
haircut,
they gave Marsha Clark so much shit about that perm she got during the OJ trial.
right?
Hot mess.
He
Yeah,
had calcular hair.
yeah. But Nick McClellan's drug dealer hair, like it just like I'm not saying he's a drug dealer. He's not. He's a
No,
like
no.
I get it.
But
I'm not trying to be
it was so hilarious when Andrea Burkhart pointed that out. Like the first time I fell out of my chair, rolling on the floor laughing. Like,
yeah,
His
yeah.
hair sitting in a tub like Scarface.
Well, and I mean, and nobody there, nobody there wants to come up like on my channel, um, even in like without saying their name or showing their face. They're afraid their voice will be recognized because they live there, and the power of the prosecutor's office. So like nobody wants to talk.
Yeah, because I mean, they've shown themselves to be unprofessional. Like the retribution. They tried to put an attorney in jail for doing his fucking job.
They were desperate. I mean, they literally pulled out all the stops in this case to stop any kind of a defense from being put on. And I truly, really hope the appellate court finds a reason. But I'm just afraid that we're going to be dealing with gall for a long time.
Their victory lap should have been like, your first presser after you won a big case is your chance to stand there and thank the FBI for their good work, and thank
You
the
kicked,
ISP for
you kicked him off the case and then you accused him of losing the tip. What?
Exactly. So what should have been their moment to like thank law enforcement and the community and all the thousands of people who called in tips. Instead, they took the opportunity to like bash the lawyers and beg Rick not to appeal. It was the most bizarre press conference post conviction that I've ever seen. Like it was just weird.
I can tell you what Reese said about it. He said that when he'd seen snippets of it on the news, he basically said that Nick McClellan is a lying son of a bitch.
It felt like a threat to anybody that doesn't believe what the prosecution put forward.
Well, yeah, especially when you had all the trolls in the audience asking questions as press.
Right. Exactly. That too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jerry Holman is not a liar.
He's not.
I would crawl over hot shards of glass for Jerry Holman.
Everything is just odd. So odd.
I gotta get my boots. Man, this shit is getting deep.
I can't make accusations, but I can say that it's odd. It is just odd. It's mad weird. It seems like
oh, hey, all eyes.
Squandered there.
I'm gonna drop my email in chat for you, Christina.
Okay.
You're leaving us?
No, I just wanted her to. Well, maybe it's not going to let me.
Well, now we got you. You got to stay with us now.
Just so she has it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not letting me. It says this comment has failed to post. It's probably my dumbass end of the network.
Can
you put it in private chat?
Can you, a woman, drop mine in the comment section anyway?
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it.
It's just if you have a pen in your hand, it's just case by case 10, like 10@gmail.com.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat. Case
by case 10.
Yep, at Gmail.
Yep.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for coming up and speaking with us, and you're welcome back at any time. Thank you for all of your work and coverage too.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you guys do the same over on my channel. Anytime we can collaborate. And now that I always said I wasn't gonna. I started my channel because of Ashley's case. Right. All of the false information that was out there, just to kind of turn the narrative. And especially, I got involved in her case, the Delphi case. So I followed Delphi since the beginning. But I kind of felt like there were so many people covering it, and I was really focused on Ashley's case. I didn't want to step on anybody's toes or anything like that. But me and Cherie, who's on with me all the time, a lawyer from New York. And actually, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Travis, but Travis helped me a lot with working on Ashley's case in the beginning. But I met him through Foul Play, which we all kind of have followed. Foul Play is an advocate for Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey. So that's why I started the channel. But I always told Marie, I'm like, the way it was going, I said, first of all, if he's convicted, it's going to be, whether Rick Allen did this or not, this was not a fair trial. Civil rights were violated, and it was not a fair playing period. But the fact that he's now been convicted, I feel comfortable getting involved because this is kind of like my niche, like, helping those unable to help himself, and he's in a
Yeah.
really bad spot. Really is.
That's how I feel. Like my intention was never to say anything publicly, because really I was just doing my job. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, that sometimes people have, like, they feel like they can talk to me any kind of way, like I somehow asked for all this, but I was just doing my job. So I never had planned to really even talk about Delphi after the trial was over. Well, then when I realized that nobody really got any sense of peace, they got no sense of closure. The truth was, it was kind of out there. Like, we did as much as we could in court, but like, people missed the big takeaway moments because it wasn't sexy enough to write about in the local newspaper. So,
Well, and that's why it's important for the judge, who is the gatekeeper of the law, to make sure that everybody's on a fair plane.
exactly,
Because clearly there was a jury of his peers who did not know about this case,
exactly,
and so that's why
exactly.
That's why it is important that like innocent or guilty. It's important that everybody has equal rights, and they were chopped off literally at the knees at every turn.
Yeah. So I at this point, the reason that I sit here for hours and talk about Delphi is just because I want everybody to have a sense of what is really happening and what the future is going to maybe look like, and what is happening there. And so there's not this gripping fear of some stranger that's lurking in Delphi and going to snatch your children.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want like there to be at least some sense of what may have happened there. And I'm still restricted on what I can say, and I push the boundaries a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes, but you know
And that makes it hard because sometimes I mean, just in the last, and I've not said a whole lot. Like this stuff that I'm coming out with about the Paladinos, I could have said that a long time ago on my channel, and I didn't. And when I would allude to something about them, I would have people tell me, I don't have, you don't know what you're talking about, you know. And it's like and I'll be
Yes,
honest,
you do. Yes, you do know
people
exactly what you're talking about.
people will talk to normal, like people have reached out to me. I think they feel more comfortable getting it off their chest because I'm not law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And
No.
when you have all of these people throwing stuff at you, if you take the time and you sit down and put it together, you're just kind of like, what the flip? You know, some of this stuff really lines up, and I'm kind of like in awe of the fact that your look on your face, and I feel like, wow, vindication.
Mm. Yeah. Sometimes it's when I don't say things, sometimes that says a lot.
Hmm.
Yeah, and you're not wrong. You're right there.
Okay.
Me, we are seeing things.
All right. Well, reach out and
I will.
we can chat.
Before you pop out of here, can you look at the private chat, please?
Oh yeah. Hold on. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All
Thank
right.
you so much again, case by case. Come back anytime.
Thank you. You guys have a good night. Okay.
All
You
right.
too.
Thanks.
All right. Bye.
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 Okay. So Viola, it, do I find it somewhat odd that there's so many felons? Well, yeah. But once your community gets a reputation that you're not going to be prosecuted for, beating people half to death and stealing entire tankers of anhydrous ammonia and, robbing the farmers for their ammonia and, you know, trafficking and methamphetamines and selling fentanyl. Like once people figure out that you can do all of that and get, 2 weeks in jail or time served or a year of probation, the riffraff stays or they
Hey,
all start
Christy.
moving in.
Perfectly Pretty said she's having a bit of a hard time hearing you.
Oh, all right. Let me see if I can turn it up some. We'll try that. Is that better? I'll move you closer.
I think it's better. Miss Purdy, can you let me know if it's better?
I
Please.
moved you closer to me.
She said it was good earlier. Yes, thank you, she says.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Sorry. Go ahead.
So, once your town gets the reputation that you can do all of that craziness, they all come a running. Because wouldn't it be nice if you could traffic your crystal meth and not be bothered? Or, have a couple hundred guns in your basement when you're on probation and the police not care? You know, that kind of stuff. It's a little like the wild, wild west over there in Carroll County. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I don't like to talk about the family. So I feel because I worked a long time um, on the other side of things, I have worked with families of murder victims for a very long time. It kind of like when someone young dies, it's usually at the hands of someone that they know or someone that's close to them. And the same thing with pregnant women. Pregnant women are in a whole different category of their own. But even if even if a family member is involved, the rest of the family is not responsible for that. So I take a very gentle approach when talking about families, and especially in this case because there are two families, because there are two girls, right? And those girls as mothers, Carrie and Anna, did absolutely nothing wrong. So I I have a very big sense of compassion for them. And I think that it doesn't serve anyone for me to sit and talk about their family being involved. However, Derek German's criminal history is public knowledge. It is something everybody knows about. It has been a topic of conversation since a very long time. Do I think that it's what got the girls killed? I don't know. Do I think that it put certain people in their surroundings? Maybe. So I think time will tell on who actually done it, and then we can go back. You know what I mean? And then we can take a look at if someone was neglectful. But until then, I don't like to do that. to families because it just doesn't sit well with me. Does that mean I judge anybody else for doing it? Absolutely not. So I try to be delicate because I know that there are two moms that are absolutely devastated. It wasn't minimum. Oh, you're not harping on it. You only asked one question about it. I know you were speaking specifically, but you know, he's going to have to live with it, and the facts are going to be the facts, and there's appeals coming, and so some of my hesitation on talking about it is also because of the appeals. So I think that's probably going to stay a topic of conversation for a long time, and he's going to have to sleep with that at night. And that, you know, if it was because of his association, then it was. If it wasn't, it wasn't. But I'm willing to, personally, I'm willing to stay open minded and wait until we find out for sure and still keep investigating. But until I know for real sure, I personally won't throw a family member under the bus until I have a real good reason to. That doesn't mean you won't hear me do it in the future because I might. But at this point, it's not going to happen. You guys got any other questions? Hold on. I gotta put my glasses back on, Mara. So here's the thing. I let lawyers do the lawyering, and if you look at the law firm, Andy Baldwin's law firm's website, it's pretty cool. One of the first things you'll see on the landing pages, I think it's on the landing page, is a list of all of their recent cases. There are appeals on there, and there are appeals that they have won. Just saying. So people win them. So I'll let the lawyers do the lawyering. Can I tell us Rick's? Oh, I really want it. I really want to, but there are appeals coming, and so it hasn't been a topic of conversation in any of the filings that I can think of. I mean, I know what it is. It's not that I don't know what his timeline is. He has one. I'm just trying to think of whether any of that is public knowledge or not. And I don't think it is. So I can't. I really want to. But I can't. I'm gonna let the lawyers spill that at the appeals hearing. Mm, yeah, I can't answer that either. Rick didn't testify. That's what makes it so hard. Is I want to be able to answer about what Rick did or didn't do, but he didn't testify, and neither did Kathy. So unless it's in a filing and it's already public knowledge, I really can't, because they're gonna at least get an appeals hearings. Um, and I don't see, despite what, despite the opinion of one attorney, I don't see how they can get turned down for an appeal. So if for some reason this doesn't go to an appeals hearing, I will double back and I will explain all of that. But with the appeals process still being open, I can't answer that. I wish I could.
Okay, let me see what else. Okay, the next one. Is I had so much to ask, but I am blank. I do have some information to email you regarding the role you have now.
So the role I have now is none. So that I can answer that just kind of outright. So the role I have now is none. So when I first started the case, I started the case as a private investigator. So Jensen Investigations was contacted to do the fact-finding investigation for the defense team. And so I was hired by Jensen Investigations. Indiana does not license individual investigators. They only license agencies. So Jensen Investigations was an agency with a license. And since I was hired by them, I was a PI for them. So when I started my work with them, it was July of 23. So at one point, Jason decided to close the office where I worked, and we changed our roles. We changed our positions, right? So we continued until trial, and then at the sentencing hearing, shortly after that, probably, I don't know, a week, maybe several days after the sentencing hearing, I officially left I left my work for the defense. I decided that there's a reason to. I decided that it would probably be better for Rick if I used my skills to figure out what happened rather than to find reasonable doubt. So rather than to try to work more and point at reasonable doubt, because that is what every defense attorney's goal is, rather than work on that, I thought it would be faster if I tried to figure out what in the fuck was happening in Delphi. So I did that. So that's what I'm doing now. Shit, I just dropped my vape. Why was it no? So
Right.
I can't answer for why the attorneys did or did not do any certain thing. So I can't Monday morning quarterback because I'm not a lawyer, first of all. And because they didn't tell me why they did things, because I'm not a lawyer. And that was way above my pay grade. Like deciding what, sorry, I'm trying to pick it up with my foot. I'm going to have to just get up and get it. Trying to figure out how they were going to prove reasonable doubt. that was not something that I really had any business doing because I'm just a PI.
Not just the PI. That's an important job, so don't do that.
Well, yeah, I know. We found a lot of cool shit. But like that just wasn't my job. So the blood flow over her face. That's a good question, Digital. I have thought about it a whole lot.
Somebody else asked if you had a theory about how the girls may have been moved that would go with that blood flow direction earlier. It went up too far and I couldn't click back on it because it was gone.
So now I'm going to qualify this answer with this is pure speculation. I have zero proof or indication that this is what happened. None at all. This is just me taking a wild guess, right? So, because they were in the woods and that terrain was rough, right? Getting in from the cemetery side, carrying or even forcing two
It's
teenage
not an
girls.
easy feat.
No, no,
A
it's
hike.
impossible. Abby was tiny and Libby was not, and trying to control those two with a knife, it just would, yeah, that's crazy work to think that they came down through the cemetery if there was only one person. If there was more than one person, then we're talking maybe possible. However, that blood flow is what always gave me pause. Because blood doesn't run uphill. So, what if they were tossed over the back of a horse and walked out there? Because carrying two human beings get all floppy and shit. If you've ever tried to walk somebody that's passed out drunk and or drunken uncoordinated and you've tried to help them get to the car or whatever, it's not easy to move a human body because they're floppy, like their arms and legs are doing whatever and their heads are rolling and whatever. Like drunks, they're hard to move. Well, so are humans that are um, not able to move on their own accord, right? So thrown over the back of a horse makes sense. There was a trail out there. Um, so that's a possibility. And then riding on the back of a four wheeler or kind of laid over the back of a four wheeler also would make sense. Um, but either one of those possibilities would also mean that the killer was in the area or from in that area right there. So that would be Weber, Weaver, and Logan. Mears. Although I don't recall the Mears having um, that kind of equipment, but maybe they did. I don't know. I just don't remember coming across any indication that they did. But so that, yeah, the list is real short. Lieberts, Webers, Mears, and Logan. So that's my thought on probably how she got moved. Because I can't really see a 5'4" suspect throwing Libby over his shoulder to carry her. That just doesn't seem to make any sense to my brain. I mean, it's possible, but that's just my theory, my theory on what happened. And oddly enough, there were no footprints out there. There was one smeared print that could have been a foot, but it also could have been a searcher's boot. So Elvis Fields did not respond for trial when we wanted to depose him. That is correct. Elvis Field made statements to his sisters, and his sisters then called the police department and made reports and then took polygraphs that they both passed, saying that, they believed what they were saying. So that information would have come from his sisters. Can I say anything about Kyle Smith? I don't even know who that is. Mm-mm. That name's not ringing a bell. Oh, no need to apologize, Viola. You're free to ask away. If I can't answer something, I'll tell you when I can't answer it. Baldwin stated in his opening statement that Rick's phone shows he was gone from the area by 2:15. Is this geofence that wasn't let in? We didn't hear more about this, or I missed it if it was. I can't answer that, honey. I wish I could, but I cannot. You will probably hear more about Rick's cell phone activity in the future. Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. I am not, nope, I haven't taken a new position. Would the questioning of witnesses have been more aggressive if there were prior interviews that could be used to impeach? You know, digital, I can't really speak for the lawyers and how they would have handled things differently. However, I can tell you a fun story. So during trial, Rosie had Monica Walla on the stand. Monica Walla was so combative. Like, you just knew she didn't want to be there. She was sweet as pie to Nick. But man, every time he would ask her a question, she just would critique his question while I answered him. Like, she was just being fucking difficult, like the whole time. Well, she tried to wordsmith her way around some questions, right? Do not lie to Brad Rosie or Rosie ever on the stand. And I took notes during trial, and there were a few days where I wrote, note to self, do not lie to Brad Rosie, because he is a skilled examiner. Like, he really good when he's got a witness on the stand. Well, every time that she was testifying, and her testimony was different than her deposition. They had deposed her at least once, and I'm not sure how many depositions that they did of her. I am aware of one, at least one. So she would lie, right? And her deposition was probably this thick. Like, he was fumbling, like he had this huge stack. Well, on this stack, he also had post-it notes, like tabs kind of sticking out the edge so that he could easily flip to it. And it's almost like he predicted where she was going to lie. And every time she spit out a lie, and he's like, would it refresh your recollection to look at your deposition? And she's like, okay. So he would make her read back her deposition that proved that she had just fucking lied on the stand. He did that to her over and over and over and over. And it was like, at one point, you're just like, she knows. She knows he's got her deposition right there. Why can this woman just not tell the truth? Like, she's been embarrassed 15 times already. Why is she continuing to do this? So I know that the lawyers are capable of doing that kind of interviewing and that kind of impeaching. So my natural assumption is that, yeah, probably if they had those interviews that all got deleted, or if they had transcripts of those interviews that all got deleted, they probably would have been able to be a little more like that, with them on the stand. Indiana's a deposition state, so you get to depose everybody, but even in a deposition, you want to have their interviews so that when they lie to you in deposition, you can hit them with the interviews. So I don't I don't know. Like, I can't speak for them, and I'm definitely not going to second guess them, but I'm probably not out of line to assume that having those interviews all deleted probably didn't help things. Oh, so I can't answer that, all eyes. Um, I want to answer it, but I cannot. Um, they were minors at the time, and so the law has me in a predicament, so I can't answer that. Did I ever try finding Rick's phone? I did not. Um, and nobody ever asked. Oh, Rick didn't testify, so they couldn't ask Rick where that phone was. Uh, that's funny. Because there's an explanation, but um, he didn't take the stand, so they couldn't ask him. But I mean, I'm assuming it's probably going to come up in the future. You thought I took a role regarding children? I'm a CASA advocate. Is that what you're talking about? That's a volunteer gig that takes, an hour a month.
What does BLE mean? What does that stand for? Woman, do you know?
Mm-mm.
What's the context?
It says if the appeal or Rick claim ineffective counsel and he gets new trial, does that mean Rosie and Baldwin won't be BLE? I
I
don't know what that
wonder
means.
if they mean like the attorneys for them
Oh.
So,
because of ineffective counsel.
Mm.
so I am not an attorney. Um, and I have not seen the work going into the actual appeal I have only seen some of the work going in that went into the motion to correct error because Erica did um, some of the research that went into that motion to correct error. So those are two different filings and um, two different legal specialties. So I have not heard I have not heard anything about ineffective counsel claim, but I wouldn't hear that since I don't work for the defense anymore. That wouldn't be something that gets shared with me ahead of time. I'll find out in the future going forward. I'll find out everything, um, just like the rest of you. I'll find it out through
From
filing.
what I understood from, I think it was Kara, that she said that that's something that they typically don't try to go for right away. They want to try other avenues first, and this seemed to be uh, the
It is,
most
yeah,
rapid way out for Rick.
correct. Yeah, because getting him out of there quickly is imperative because it because it just is.
Not one hair on his head. Not one hair on his head. I say this all the time. I
We are
swear,
all
if one
watching.
hair.
Yeah, we are all watching. Hmm. They better not. So, what's my theory on the clothes? I'm not sure what you mean, but if you mean why Abby was wearing Libby's clothes, or why somewhere in the water, like here again, this is wild speculation on my part. This is not something I learned from Discovery or anybody else's theory or whatever. This is just my thoughts here on this one. The way that Libby's pants were on Abby, like you could tell that Abby didn't really put them on herself. Like the waistband was kind of rolled down inside. So my suspicion is that they were probably wet. And any woman that wears skinny jeans knows that when you get out of the shower, you got to wait a little bit before you try to put on skinny jeans because they stick to you. Um, and so I kind of think that that's why she looked so haphazardly dressed, like messy, like because her pose, she was obviously posed and she was made to look serene almost. I know that's a bad it's a bad word, but that's the only one I can think of at the moment. Like she was kind of posed to make her look comfortable. She obviously was not, but like they put some effort into how they put her there. And so I think that they put Libby's clothes on her probably because they couldn't put her own clothes on her. Um, the clothes being in the creek, Abby's clothes being in the creek, man, there could be several reasons for that. It could have been done to try to wash off DNA. Like people have some weird ideas on cleaning up blood, but like they could have thrown it in the river hoping to destroy any evidence that was on it. The girls could have done it, even though like they could have thrown it in there hoping that it would flow downstream and somebody would find it and come looking for them. I have no idea like what they were thinking and saying and doing at the time that things actually happened. I think we might never know. Unless their real killer gets caught and decides to tell us how that happened instead of the death penalty, you know?
Yeah.
Was
Was
Libby's?
Libby's phone in the geofence?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
It was.
Does anyone happen to have Field's attorney's name or PW's attorney? Were their lawyers present when they were deposed?
I do not have that. Pat Westfall has been pretty active on social media here on YouTube. He's given interviews to several people. So
He said he was looking for an attorney to take action against the allegations, from what I understood. But I don't know about other attorneys specifically.
So he may, if you reach out to him, he may actually answer. He's an interesting guy. But I don't know. I don't have his deposition either. So I can't look. I don't know. Gull prevented impeachment lots of times. Like there were a few times where Gull would say, that's not how you impeach somebody. And then we would see the lawyers and they're all saying, that's exactly how you impeach somebody. So it seems like because I'm not a lawyer, so I don't really know who was right, but the internet lawyers that were in the courtroom were all very confused as well. And they all kind of had the same confusion as me. Like I don't know. Like she would tell him that that's not how you impeach somebody. So she prevented some of that. What farm butchered livestock? So right across, it's the Mears farm. So if you look at it on Google Maps, you'll see the cemetery. And there's a White House right next to the cemetery. The White House right next to the cemetery is Ron Logan's. But across the street from the cemetery is the Mears. The Mears have a big, long gray barn with a white roof, and like a big brick, old fashioned, like from the 1800s colonial style house on that property. That's the Mears. They have a butcher shop on their property. and it's right across the trail, like right across from the entrance where they were dropped off. In fact, they call that entrance the Mears entrance. If Walla didn't know about
Yeah,
Indiana,
they call it the Mears entrance, but technically there's a sign there that says the Mary Cave Reserve entrance.
correct. Correct. If Walla didn't know about Indiana's exemption to HIPAA for murder confessions, as she testified last July, how did his supposed confession to her get to this state? Good question, the Royally. A lot of what Monica Walla testified to. Actually, let me take that back. Some of what Monica Walla testified to was surprising for me. I didn't see her deposition, so I was unprepared for how her testimony was going to go. I had seen her reports, um, so I kind of knew what she had to say. Oh, but I was not prepared. I was not prepared for that question and answer stuff.
I heard her testify in July, and I was appalled by the time she was like off of the stand. I was irritated. I did not feel like she should be in the position that she's in ethically. She was all over the map and violated so many policies. It was unreal. And I could not believe that she felt like she was able to compartmentalize her job, and do her job the way that she was. Because it was like she was a true crime fanatic, at the same time, like, it, I, I, mm, mm, mm. I don't
So
see, like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being like a true crime fanatic, but the position that she put herself in, she should have definitely stepped back away from that, period. And then I hear, like, the interview with Murder Sheets and all of that stuff, and them talking about how, you know, she had an interest in, oh God,
I have to be careful when I talk about her because she's got a lawyer or a legal team that I could never afford. So I I
well,
can say that
what I saw,
what
she was a hot mess. I'll say that.
yeah, you all can say whatever you want to. But I can say that she she admitted on the stand that before even meeting Rick, when she found out he was coming to her prison and gonna be under her care, the first thing she did was go read about the guy.
We literally knew she was the doctor probably before Rick knew her name
Correct.
fluently. We knew in lines. And I was like, what kind of name is Lala? You guys are lying. This shit is not real. You're stupid. And they're like, oh no, he's confessing, he's confessing, he's confessing. And I'm like, ugh.
Yeah.
And then sure as shit, I'm like, this is the most bizarre, odd.
She did it to Kegan Klein too. She was Kegan Klein's doctor. And she admitted to
She didn't. No, she didn't say she was his doctor. She went and used the Department of Corrections software to go look up
Yeah,
his case and get his information. She wasn't his doctor, but she abused the
that's what
software to go
that's what
get
made
his
it illegal.
information. She testified to that in July.
That's what made it illegal because he wasn't under her care. She had no reason to be in his
Yep. And
medical
she
chart.
went digging through all of his stuff that she had no business. He wasn't even in her facility.
So sue
Ah,
me, bitch.
I
Sue me, bitch, so
misunderstood
I
that.
can see it all. Sue me, bitch. Monica Walla, step on a Lego. Sue
Yeah,
me, bitch.
then I misunderstood. I thought she looked him up when he was going to West Point.
No, no. She looked him up when while she was treating Rick. She went and pulled shots at Keegan Klein's whole ordeal because she said she was listening to podcasts. She watched, she was an avid follower of the case. She had been out to the crime scene before, all kinds of riggedy, stuff that she shouldn't have been doing. And then she said that she could, you know, keep an open mind and compartmentalize, and separate her professional from her hobbies, you know.
But why's her hobby gotta be looking up her clients on the internet? When you go to therapy, let's call her what she was. She was a therapist. We're calling her Dr. Walla. She ain't no doctor. I mean, she is. She's a doctor of psychology. She can't even write a prescription.
She was Clarice.
That was funny. She she was his therapist. And so he's expected to talk to her and trust her. And she's going out and looking him up on the freaking internet and getting in a bunch of groups and talking shit about him. In what world is that okay?
It's not
Not my
okay. And
world.
that's why when she
Anyway,
got up on the stand and Rosie was asking her about, the guidelines and things like that that she's supposed to be following. And he's like, do you see a problem with this behavior? I could not believe that she was like, no, I do not see a problem with anything that I'm doing at all. I was floored. My mouth fell open and I was like, mm-mm.
Like, oh, you were in 50 Facebook groups. You were in all of the Facebook groups. What is wrong with you? With your real ass picture.
Yeah, and she recommended certain creators for people to watch and follow too.
I hate her so much. I it, she is so disgusting.
I'm
Like
just
she doesn't give a shit. She doesn't give a shit about her job. She doesn't give a shit about people. And those are the type of people that don't deserve a job in healthcare. Like to work in healthcare is actually it's like a calling. It's not something you just, oh, this makes money. I'm gonna go do that. No, like you have to have a certain ethical standard, empathy, and especially like in a situation where you're dealing with people in their lowest times of life and you are being a nasty little fangirl running to the crime scene and joining all the Facebook fangirl groups. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah.
right. So all eyes, I can't answer that either because Rick didn't testify and his those kinds of digitals weren't used in evidence during court. So I can't answer that. I can tell you that more evidence exists about his phone than was used at trial. So they only really just talked about his internet searches, but there's more. It just wasn't used at trial for whatever reason. So I think you'll probably hear more about it um, as we go through the appeals process. But I can't answer it because it's not been used as evidence yet. I wish I could. I know everybody wants to know, and I would really love to share it, but I can't. Didn't Rick give up? No. So he did not seize through. During the Supreme Court hearing, that was a question that was asked. And I do remember there being some conversation about it, but no, he did not give up his right to an ineffective counsel claim just because he chose to keep his lawyers. I have heard that a lot, and that's a common misunderstanding. It's a common misunderstanding among certain circles, but no, he did not give up that right. If the court finds them ineffective, they cannot be the attorney. My understanding, not a lawyer. Yeah. See, I love that hashtag, not a lawyer, because like I feel like I have to say that all the time. I'm not a lawyer either. So I don't know. I don't know what the case would be. I don't know what the outcome would be because I've not heard anyone saying that an effective counsel claim is even on the table. I have no idea. There is still an unnamed victim and their phone, right?
Is that the Goldilocks phone, maybe?
I'm not sure which phone he's talking about, honestly.
I
So
see that question earlier, and I just thought the only thing I could think of was the kidnapping video. Messer's
yeah,
phone.
yeah, yeah. I mean, there's the kidnapping on Messer's phone. There's a few different phones that have been discovered in different places in Delphi. I'm trying to think of what unnamed victim. Victim in what way? If you tell me in victim in what
Oh,
does
I
it?
see it. Judge Jessica said victim 2 phone in the geofence per Haran.
Oh, that. So yeah. So if you all look at the map, you can see it. Just it's online. It's in the gray out there. There is a phone labeled victim number 2. Why it was labeled that way? I don't know. I didn't make the map. I would question why it was labeled that way.
The state made that map, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
That's a Nicholas McClellan.
It is. It is. So when that map was located, now this is part of the public filing, so there's nothing brand new here. So when that map was located in our files, the attorneys, this is how the story goes from what I remember. The attorneys then tried to get the whatever sort of data they were using at that time. We didn't know how in the hell they made that map. So we tried to get whatever report that they were using to make that map. And the state said, well, we don't have a report. Well, we can't give it to you because it doesn't exist. So then came the filing of just give us the information. Here we have these maps. These maps have phones on them. They have phones near the bodies. And you're meaning to tell me that officers made these maps, what they do, pull the information out of thin air? This information came from somewhere. My understanding is that the way I understood the information to be is that they were calling the FBI or the crime lab every time they needed to find out the location on the phone. And so they weren't lying when they said they didn't have a report, because they didn't have the report. The report was just not generated and given to them. That's the way that I understood the reason for that not having been given to us, right? Because discovery rules say you got to give it to us. If you use it, you got to give it to us. So they eventually did, and it was a geofencing report. So that phone being labeled as victim number 2 is deceiving, because I do not believe, this is my opinion, again, I do not speak for the defense team. I do not believe that that was a unknown third victim. I do not believe that was another victim's phone. Erica and I were able to trace back that phone, and we think we know who it belongs to. Now, doesn't mean that it was used by the person whose name was registered to that phone. No, because I could go get a phone from Walmart tomorrow and be Tom, Dick, and Harry, just by creating a Google account. So there's that. So I don't know if they ever found out for sure whose phone that actually is. But I know that as far as my research went, I have a very good understanding of who I think that phone is. The IMEI hex number that was documented on the tip from Rick's phone ever been confirmed to actually be Rick's? What tip from Rick's phone? So
So they said when he went in to talk to Doolin, he
okay.
provided Doolin with his IMEI number.
Yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, it would make sense.
But Doolin sucks at life, and that's a lot of numbers. So I don't know. I don't expect him to be able to transpose those numbers properly. So, like, I don't know if anyone was able to see with Rick's cell phone company, if that was actually the proper number and they were able to rule his phone out of any kind of drama. I think that's where the question's going.
So, the stuff from Rick's phone, you'll have to wait until the appeals process to learn about what came from his phone. But yeah, they have his phone. They got as much as they could. Like they can get a lot from your phone without actually having your phone. So they got what they could.
And didn't he even offer it up when he was with Doolin?
Possibly. Possibly. I don't know.
It's just, they lose everything and, it's all
Doolin,
willy-nilly. They just be throwing stuff away and, oh, I thought I recorded every other interview, but not his.
yeah.
Just
I mean,
convenience.
it's possible. I don't remember hearing that. I don't remember reading that. I mean, but it's possible they could have. What document to support Dan Doolin's story was provided as an exhibit? Um, so Dan Doolin didn't have a body cam because he's a conservation guy. So he doesn't wear a body cam. So there was nothing. There was no video or audio to be recorded. He didn't use his cell phone to record it. He didn't, you know, he didn't record it with camera. He didn't record it at all. But he thought that he was just going to talk to a witness that day because he was just going to talk to a witness that day, you know. So, um, what what people are calling a tip is they say that Rick tipped himself in or that it's not really it's just a record of that phone call and then the narrative of the follow-up. It's there. We have that narrative of his follow-up. So we know what Dan Doolin says that what their exchange was. I mean, there's documentation for that. Was
I,
there things in the autopsy I wish that were discussed more at trial? I try to be really sensitive when we're talking about human remains, especially when it's a 13 and a 14-year-old child. But the one thing that I really wish that they had at least mentioned so that I didn't have to discuss it every time I'm online is that yes, they took stomach contents. And yes, the girls ate that day. And yes, it proves that they both died that day. You know what I mean? They died in that period between 3 in the afternoon and noon the next day. Like yes, they really did. They they really did. Um I wish that someone on either side had at least asked that. And them not asking that tells me that they didn't realize that the question was being asked so much and so heavily by the public. And that's probably a failure on my part too. Like we didn't make the point strong enough to say, please answer this. Like if the public doubts it, the jury might want to know. Like Um, it's not like I had a say in what got presented anyway, but I could have tried harder. I might as well take my lumps where they're due, right? But I wish that they had at least addressed that, and I would have liked to have seen the medical examiner answer about why they weren't able to estimate a time of death just for the jury's benefit, which would have also benefited the public, you know, because we didn't really have a good time of death. And I would have liked to hear from the medical experts about why. Like, why couldn't you do that? We all watch TV. We all know it can be done. We all know that you should take their liver temperature. Now, I know I have some experience that makes me think differently, but because of the temperature that day and whatnot. But I would have liked to have seen that at least be asked, um, for the public's benefit. But it wasn't a televised trial, and you know, it didn't get asked. But you know, that's the one thing that if you know, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if that would have hurt anything to ask. Like, usually when lawyers don't ask stuff, it's usually because they think that that wouldn't be a good idea. So I don't know why Nick didn't ask, or the defense side asked. I don't know why. I mean, I'm not saying that they were wrong not to do it, but it would have been nice to have that question, um, out there in the public and answered. Can you clarify what the white item is between the tie-dye shirt and the shoe, please? I keep hearing different items. I don't know right off the top of my head. I think I may have that list though. Um, I wouldn't know it by looking at the pictures, but I think I might have the um, list of what was actually found. As I take my glasses off, knowing that I can't see anything without them.
Retro.
Right? You should see my files. Like, my piles of shit are huge.
I'm sure that they are. Hell, I
Right?
saw the piles of extractions that they brought to the court for those 6 extractions, how huge those piles were. I can only imagine what you have sitting around
Right?
there.
It is insane the amount of shit. All right. Well, on that one, I just wrote close. Nope, it looks like I cannot answer that because I just wrote close. So I'm not sure. I know that all of their clothing, the clothing of both girls, all of it was located with the exception of one pair of underwear and one sock. So I know that that's what was missing. And I know that Abby was wearing 2 bras, like a regular bra and a sports bra. So you can kind of reason out, I guess, what the rest of it is from knowing that what she was wearing. There was one shoe that was under one of the girls. So the I'm not sure what the white thing would be because it was all I didn't really focus much on the actual photos of the clothes. I had much worse photos to look at. When Weber was being questioned, do you know what evidence Gull refused to allow to impeach Weber? The sidebar was after Nick's objection. Probably something proving he didn't come straight home from work. Oh, so was it? It was probably right at the end of his testimony, and in the motion to correct, they mentioned that Brad Weber lied on the stand, like outright lied, and there's actual proof of that lie, and in Indiana, it's illegal to put someone on the stand if you know they're going to lie. So I don't think that Nick did that, because that would be unethical. And Nick would never do anything unethical. So I guess the other option would be that Nick didn't realize that that was a lie. So I guess we can go with that, I suppose. But there was a photo. Now that it's out there, it's so nice because I knew that it was. I knew it was happening when it happened on the stand. I knew exactly what was happening because I knew that that photo of Weber's van from the video of the neighbor. I knew that that photo existed, and I knew that that video existed. And so Erica and I just kind of, we heard that, and his questioning abruptly stopped, and Eric and I looked at each other and was like, holy shit, he just fucked their whole timeline. Like in one sentence, he fucked their whole timeline. I do not know how they recovered after that, and I do not understand how the jury missed it. But he had said in his deposition that he went to deal with his ATM machines. That's why he drove the van, because normally he didn't drive his van to work because of the gas. He only drove his van if he was going to work on the ATM machines. And so when he sat on the stand and said, "Oh, I came home straight home from work," we knew we had him. So I'm not sure what was happening behind that curtain. I don't know. Hopefully, in the future, we'll be able to hear from Brad or Andy. I don't remember which one was questioning him, but hopefully, we'll be able to hear in the future what was happening behind that curtain, because that was bad.
I wonder how much scopolamine costs on the drug market, because I feel like they were dosing those jurors every day with scopolamine to make them do what they wanted. Because there's no way Me not even being in their trial and just hearing professionals talk about it, there's no way we were at the same thing.
Right.
Like, I didn't even get to see half of what was really going on. And I was like, oh yeah, Rick's got this in the bag. Free Ricky. And then all of a sudden it's like, no.
Yeah. I was confident. Even at the close of the case, I was confident.
Yeah.
Right.
They
Yeah,
were
I
all
was
looking like they
confident
were
too.
green and shit. And I'm like, there's no way. There is no way those 12 people can convict him of that. There's no way. And holy shit, they did. Still traumatized. So, wait, so Greeno is said to have been there too? Where is his statement? He placed Betsy Blair here, but none of the people Betsy Blair claims she saw her. Are you talking about at the bridge that day? Because I have no information that indicates that Greeno was there that day. I don't know if maybe I said something that was misunderstood, or maybe that came from somewhere else. I've got several Greeno statements though.
This one says, I remember Greeno saying he was around there, but not there at the time when the girls went missing. But I remember him doing a live stream saying that he was there, like when they did the press conference and stuff for the girls, around that area or whatever. And then he went missing for so many days after everything went down.
See, here's the thing about Greeno. Greeno. See, Greeno forgets that people like me exist and that we've seen things. So when he runs around yapping his yapper, there will come a time when I am legally allowed to talk about Greeno. I may not be able to do that now. I may not be able to share everything that I know about Anthony Greeno now. Oh, but there will be a time where I can talk about Anthony Greeno. And he will be angry when I do so. Oh, if you have that, I would love for you to send that to me. I would love nothing more than to see that. You can send it to me on Facebook, or you can email it to me, either one. I would love to see that, because I don't know how he put Betsy Blair there when she didn't put him there. So I find that interesting. Greeno said on a live show on Drunk Turkey about 8 to 10 months ago that he was close to the bridge in a red car that day. That's interesting. I wonder what he means by close. 10 miles, 15 miles, 2 miles? Thank you. That's interesting. I wonder why he didn't tip himself in. Why wasn't the defense? Why wasn't what defense had about Greeno mentioned at the trial? Because Greeno's irrelevant in the homicide of Abby and Libby. He would like to be relevant, but he's not. He would like to think that he knows things. He would really like to sit on the stand and run his mouth about whatever. But Greeno, he, you know, I would assume that they didn't call him because he had nothing to add to the conversation. That's what I would assume by them not calling him. I saw nothing that implicated him. Well, kinda, but not anything more than just general creeper. You know, and it wasn't a Greeno trial. It was a Rick Allen trial.
Wow. So let's see. Hold on. Let's see. There's another question.
Ooh, you guys are getting it on in the chat. I usually don't look because I can't multitask. Yeah, Greeno saying he was at the bridge that day is, oh, that's fun. I wonder why I didn't call the damn command center and tell them that. Oh my God, you guys are funny. I'm just not reading the chat. You guys are funny.
I'm scrolling. I'm a little bit behind in the chat because I'm still making sure like I didn't miss any questions. So, um,
Sorry, digital. I know the more you hear, the less you know about what really happened. It's like that though, because there's so much that we just couldn't share and still can't. Does Gull have any connections to any of the big players in Carroll County? So I did not do any research into Fran Gull, for a few reasons, but I just didn't. Um, but she's a judge, and so I'm sure I'm sure that she came across a lot of the people that surrounded this case. But generally, this case was a little different than what we normally see. Normally, a judge doesn't even see most of the evidence prior to court, prior to trial. Like, the attorneys, the prosecution and defense generally go over exhibits together and they negotiate on, what they'll stipulate to, what they won't. And they'll be, like the prosecutor will send over a list of what documents they plan to use, and the defense will be like, okay, yeah, whatever.
Lay down.
And so it's only if they disagree that then they have to write motions and get it in front of the judge for the judge to decide. In this case, it was different. Like it appeared different because I think it's because the relationship was so cantankerous. And Gull had a very hands-on type of approach. So it it was it was not what I'm used to seeing. That's for sure. When did Derek, is this Derek Patty? Is that who DP is? I don't remember exactly what time he got
It
there.
was Daniel Pearson.
Oh. Don't remember off the top of my head. I can look. I don't think he testified either, did he?
Nope.
I wasn't there that day. There were days that I missed.
It's a whole lot of people that said that they were there that didn't testify. Like, I'm like, what the heck is going on? Like, Mike Patty, bro, you were all on the cameras. You were all in the canoe. What, where, how?
Sorry, the doggy was trying to get the keyboard on my thing. I'm sorry.
Who
She about just stepped on the laptop keyboard and I was like, get back. And I didn't realize it was unmuted. I'm sorry.
Daniel Pearson I'm looking for, right?
Yeah, Daniel Pearson had, there was a couple interesting things about him. He, like, changed his story.
He didn't get to the bridge till 3:20 to 3:30. They saw flannel shirt guy while they were there. McCain, Dave McCain. He saw Dave McCain. Oh, and here's another one. Okay, this one's better. So this one is a second one. He was there with Shelby. Shelby got a call that kind of is the anchor. She got to the bridge at 2:35. If that That's what you wanted to know, right? Was what time they got there?
Well, I remember that there were several stories. One that they got there together, and then another one that he actually arrived earlier and was meeting an underage female, and that's why he was arguing with Shelby, was because either he was like caught up in a lie or caught with the female. I'm not sure 100%.
Mm-mm. No, there's nothing like that. Um, Nothing like that in the investigation. Like, I mean, it could have happened, I'm sure, but um, mm-mm. And then they ran into other people while they were there too, that also anchor their timeline. But I have heard the fighting under the bridge story. I have I have heard that. And I do believe that someone else that was there that day reported that there was a couple fighting under the bridge, or by the bridge, or it echoes down there. So when people say that they heard voices under the bridge, it might have sounded under the bridge, but not really have been. You know what I mean? Because the sound bounces around, but in that area. I did see where someone had said there were a couple of people arguing, but Dan McCain is a pillar of the community, is a board member at the Historical Society, and have been trying to save Monon High Bridge for 20 years. Yeah. So the McCains, both of them, are pretty solid community members. Yeah. One of them, one of them was taking photos that day, which was kind of cool. I wish that I had been able to see the photos that they took. I did not. Someone else did though. And so they were given to us, but I didn't see them. I kind of wish I would have. Like, he has such a love for that area that I wonder what he took pictures of. Like, you know,
Do you have a link for your channel so I can drop it in the chat? Somebody was asking.
mm,
I'm getting it right now.
oh, thank you.
Thank
McDowell,
you.
Evans, Mike Petty, CM. I can't think of who that would be. McCain's for sure. I I don't know if you were just naming prominent members in Delphi. I don't know who that lists. I don't
I
know
don't know.
what.
I clicked on it because I
Oh, got ya.
was trying to follow what was going on, and I didn't know if it was
No, we're good.
Yeah. Okay, so Dal Ives Evans.
McCain's for sure. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
sure. I mean, I see the
MP
list.
and CM. MP, you know who that is. But CM, I think, is Christopher. And what's his face? Christopher Moore, I think. then.
Yeah, you kind of get, it depends on who you're talking to, what you get out of different people. So I'm not from Delphi. So all I see is a paper trail and a clean one. So I'm not sure. Rafi might know something else, but not. I didn't come across anything creepy for the most part. Murders happened months later, and suddenly progress started happening on Mona and High Bridge. Finally got the bridge right after the murders, despite making
that bothers me too. That totally bothers me because they were trying to get all of that funding. They couldn't do it. Shane Evans writes some up. They get their funding. They've been pulling all kinds of money into that town, like water versus this happening. So yeah.
That is interesting. John McCain's family? He's got family. He's got a brother. I'm not sure about who the rest of his family are, but I know he has a brother. Why did Brooke get fired? I don't know who Brooke is, so I would need more context.
That was probably my fault. They probably were talking to me of just flopping down. Okay, so was there a cyclist caught on the trail cam riding toward the cemetery?
So I didn't see the trail cam photos, so I'm not sure. Grant writing is definitely about maintaining good relationships with people. It's definitely not an easy thing to do. I've done some grant writing and it's challenging. Anything on Shane Evans? Not having anything to do with the case, no. I mean, I've heard of him. I know who he is. Fox 59 said McCain was there from 2 to 3. And when Luttrell questioned him, Dave said no one asked about the girls until he was getting in his car to leave.
I am sorry to hear that. Your cat got sick. It's terrible. Brienne, I think that's how you say it. Brienne says my cat just puked on my bed. I brought in 3 strays and allowed them 3 strays, and they all have FIV. It's awful. One died 6 months ago. It's like consumption.
Yeah, there's no treatment for that one.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Christopher Moore. Yeah, so it was Christopher Moore. I was right. I don't trust the McCains. They were desperate to save the bridge. If you find all the comment articles, yes.
Yeah, I'm aware. Being desperate to save a bridge doesn't mean you can kill a 13 and 14-year-old children, though.
The photos Libby took before the bridge, but on the trail, is anyone in the background of those photos? I heard there were 3 photos unposted.
No.
Did the defense get Dave McCain's media card from his camera in Discovery?
His photos. Yeah, he turned his photos over. He actually called and offered those. I believe they took the camera too.
Okay, were any of the photos that were taken by Cheyenne or McCain provided in the Discovery evidence?
I believe so. Well, yeah, I'm sure they were because I can remember conversations about the photos. So I know they got them at some point. We divided up um the discovery, and so I didn't have everything. I could ask for what I wanted. But the pictures, McCain's pictures, just wasn't something that I felt like I needed to see. But I remember discussing the photos, and there was nobody in the background or
What about Cheyenne's photos? Did they take any of the photos that were taken by Cheyenne?
not that I'm not sure. I'm not real sure because I don't remember hearing anything about um, photos from Cheyenne.
Judge Jessica said the police chief McCain, who abruptly lost his job.
Okay, what about him?
I don't know. She just
Oh, just that there was
what
one.
she said. Anything on Travis Evans? Court of Public Opinion would like to know.
I'm trying to place his name. Is he the guy that run off with the underage girl?
No, he's the uncle of Shane Evans, who was convicted of child stuff.
Oh, yeah. Not that I would have anything to like.
Is
You
he
all
the
probably know more about him than I would.
was uncle? Yeah, I want to say his uncle.
You guys would probably know more about him than I would, because
Okay, so all I says Shelby said Dave was already on the bridge taking pics. When they walked up, Cheyenne would have had to start crossing by 2:40 p.m. to take the bridge pic by 2:49. She saw Dave before taking the pic.
which Shelby? Hold on.
Can I pause you guys a second?
Yeah.
So, uh, the defense received 26 terabytes a day of discovery. That's a lot.
Yeah.
And they were paying attention to social media, and they got on the case 2 years ago. And I think you should remember that it wasn't their job to solve the crime, it was law enforcement's job. And law enforcement did a pretty bang up job of mixing up the discovery, making it make no sense, getting rid of 70 days of interviews. So, to sit there and yell in all caps locks, you didn't know the case, you didn't pay attention to social media, is really kind of bold statement considering you don't really know what they had to go up against. So I would ask you again to please remain respectful in chat. If this is really upsetting to you, you could reach out to law enforcement and ask them why they didn't do this.
So
Okay.
here's the thing. My job was to investigate the facts around this homicide. My job wasn't to find dirt on everybody in Delphi, right? And so when we went to court, the whole purpose of a legal defense is reasonable doubt. That's all. So I have the benefit of having seen actual evidence. So because I had that, I know that it's not productive to run around wondering who's related to who and what the McCains are doing, or, you know, some of the other stuff. Y'all have had since 2017. I started in July of 2023. So keep that in mind. Also, keep in mind that I was reading science reports and things that take a huge amount of brain energy. And there are only 24 hours in a day. And our discovery was massive and it was disorganized. And a lot of what I read, I can't tell you yet. You're going to have to be patient. But just because I don't know some gossip about some old school Delphi family doesn't mean that I don't know anything about the case, because you don't know what I know. And I try not to be shitty about it, but um you haven't seen any of the evidence. Like, unless you were sitting in court every day for the entire duration of the trial, you haven't seen the evidence. And you definitely haven't seen the evidence that hasn't been presented yet. And so I was doing this for a job and not like a hobby. And so I had a very clear goal, and it wasn't to spend an insane number of hours looking at things that were not going to be relevant in court. I was looking for actual evidence, and who's related to who is not evidence. It's interesting and it might lead us somewhere, but it's not evidence. And so that's where things get lost in translation, because um, some of that stuff is just not going to be on my radar, because I didn't have time for that, quite frankly. And so now I can do that. Now we can gossip about stuff, and I'm willing to learn. That's what investigators do. But I can just be quiet if that's preferred. But if I don't know some random name, you can't start yelling at me, because that was not my job. It's not to look at every name that has been dropped in Delphi.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. I don't mind.
So all I wanted to know if there was any metadata. I think.
Yeah, I mean, tons, but it depends metadata for what. So each piece of digital evidence.
Specificity. Okay. Anything interesting or anything on interesting visitors to the Weber property?
The night of the homicides, I'm assuming you mean the night of the homicides. Not that I that not that I know of, not that I
Okay.
read about.
They're asking if there's any information about Weber's ex-wife, Kathy Westfall.
No. I can't go there. I want to go there, but I can't go there. That's something you'll have to wait, hear more about later. I mean, yeah, money is a heck of a motivator. Um, yeah. What, Christina? Do you trust all of them all? I don't know what you're talking about, but trust all of who? Like, who am I? What do you mean? Do I trust all of them all?
That was part of what I addressed. Just she has also said, can we do what we
Sorry,
can to help give you, can we do what we can and give you to debunk? I like to have proof. I feel bad. I'm really sorry, Christina and Grady.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to go through questions. I didn't know that that was like part of that up there. Just sorry.
Was
Oh
no,
no, it's okay. I've been kind of following what's going on, so I just wanted.
I'm still a little bit behind because I didn't want to like get lost. You know what I mean? Where I was at in questions.
so
So
was there
sorry.
clear evidence of the route bridge guy used to exit the area, footprints, etc.? Rumors of blue flags right through the woods leading to the north side of the bridge from Ron's. So no, there was what looked like a smeared footprint, but that could have come from, they weren't able to identify where that came from. So it could have come from a searcher. It could have been a knee imprint. There was not real, it was not anything usable, which is probably why you didn't hear it in court. Um, as far as the blue flags, I'm trying to remember seeing any in the crime scene photos, and I do not recall seeing any. I would assume that they were probably placed by law enforcement to help guide law enforcement to the crime scene. That hike from the cemetery to the creek is pretty brutal. And if you don't know where you're going, you could accidentally find yourself in the middle of the damn crime scene, which they definitely don't want to happen. So they tied a barrier um, on the backside, but it wasn't long. It wasn't quite long enough, and so law enforcement came and went from this to and from the scene through the cemetery. So I'm going to assume that those little blue flags were probably markers for law enforcement to help them get to the crime scene without getting lost or ending up in the wrong part and accidentally, you know, disturbing some evidence. Um, yeah, that's the best we got. Like there was not, searchers had been all the way through those woods, and as much as I don't really love giving um, the police their due, but I mean they really did kind of a good job of investigating that crime scene. Like they tried, and there had been civilians through there. There had been civilians walking through there. There had been law enforcement through there because you know you you got to at least check things out right quick and then back out, which is exactly what happened.
Alrighty then. Let's see. Were there any timestamps on Dave McCain's pictures? Do you know
Do I know what was that?
if there were any timestamps on the photos that were taken by Dave McCain?
Hmm, I don't know because I didn't see them. Um, but probably, I would assume so, because he would. The only reason that I'm not sure is because he wasn't using a phone; he was using an actual camera. So without knowing what kind of camera and whatnot, I'm not really sure. Um, I'm not really sure. How many terabytes were actually given over to the defense, and how many actual tips were turned over to the defense? Not just 14,000 that Shank personally handled. So there were, so my drive is 4 terabytes and was absolutely full. And that was just the physical drive, that was the external hard drive. And then we had a secure server that had another 12 terabytes on it. So that's 16 that I had access to. And I want to say that there was somewhere between 30 and 40 terabytes of data. Now, that includes some photos and some video, but it was mostly documents, lots and lots and lots of documents.
Yeah, because Baldwin said that it would be like over 6 million pieces of paper if they had to print it out.
Oh, easily, easily. So I went through, probably, I have the option of using the little cartridges of ink or the great big ones, and I buy the great big ones. And I easily went through, 9 or 10 of those before I decided that it was just insane to try and print it all. And that only got me through just a tiny little portion. There's no way that I would be able to even store files, that many files. It's just not possible. One report was 140,000 pages. Like, that's insane. Oh, that's all right about
I
the cat,
would be like in heaven with 140,000 pages report. I would love to read that.
right? Hopefully, one day we will be able to unleash the chaos on the world.
I hope one day everything will be
I,
out. Everybody can see it.
yeah,
Um,
I feel like I'm a do no harm kind of person, though. So I know that reading the things that I read and seeing the things that I saw have fundamentally changed me as a human being. And I would never want to inflict some of that on another human being. So some things just don't need to be seen. They
right.
just don't. But I also believe that people deserve to have answers, and they deserve to not be running around terrified that there's some serial killer going to snatch their children.
Right.
So justice needs to be served, and it needs properly served.
Yes.
So, there's that. That community deserves to know who did this to those girls and why. And then, there are some genuinely bad people in these files that had nothing to do with the murder, but they are just horrible human beings.
Yes.
That time will come when cops bring bracelets to them. Like, hopefully,
Yes.
hopefully, the time will come for that. Sooner rather than later would be nice.
Right. So See-Through wants to know the leaked photos. Were they taken by a crime scene photographer and were they altered in any way?
They were absolutely altered. So that I can say unequivocally. So I got my first glimpse at those leaked photos from Rick Snay. So Erica and I had reached out to him before that to interview him because he had some information that we wanted to know. So he had my number and we had stayed in touch. He would send me things when, when he had something he thought the defense needed to know, he'd send it on over, which I appreciate and encourage. Like, if you follow cases in the future, find out who their PI is and send them things when you think it's important because they need it. So Rick sent me the photos and said, "Are these real?" And my heart sunk. But then I looked at him and I was like, kinda. They're real, but they're not right. So yes and no. They were real photos at one point, and then they've been altered on the way. Now, or they've been altered along the way. So we've been able to track the evolution of these photos. So as these photos got spread around, the Delphi folks, the Delphi YouTubers, and I don't mean Gritty or Woman, but or any specific person, but the Delphi YouTubers in general are a pretty paranoid lot, right? Like, they don't trust each other. They may say they do, and they may say I love you to each other. Oh, but they're not trusting any goddamn body. And I don't blame you because
Do
people are
you
not
know that there are people that have dropped dead on YouTube in this case, girl?
right.
You cannot trust everybody.
Correct. So because they don't trust anybody, they would all add some graphic to these fucking photos of dead children. So one of them added a whole bunch of little shadow doll skulls in the background in some leaves.
Yeah. And somebody else added another thing of their freaking sheboy on there. That was gross too. By the way, you're a fucking pervert.
Exactly. Who puts a dick on a child's crime scene photo? It was absurd. Oh, I was so mad. But once I finally figured out, and I didn't find out till trial. We were trial had just finished and we were waiting for a verdict. And one of the women that was in that group said I had made a comment about uh these all these alterations, and she's like, "You know why, right?" And I was like, "No, we tracked it back and we can see how things got added on top of things on top of things on top of things, but I have no idea why." And she's like, "Because we don't trust each other." So what they would do is they'd put their little graphic in there and then go ahead and share it with somebody. And then they would watch as these photos made the rounds. They would look for their own little graphic to see if the somebody that they shared it with had shared it with somebody else.
For real?
Yeah, I'm not kidding. That is how
Oh
that
my gosh.
that is
That's
how that happened. So they all didn't trust each other. So they were all adding their own little mark on these photos. And then, the person that sent it to them didn't want them to share it, but they did anyway. Well, so then they didn't trust the next person. So they put their little stamp on there and sent it on and shared it anyway. And then the next person would do the same damn thing. So by the time you get to the end of it, you have these damn photoshopped photos. So then you have people saying, oh, these photos have been photoshopped. Well, no shit. It's been the YouTubers all along the way adding their own little stamp to these freaking photos. So they were real at one point. And also, Mitch Westerman, when he stole those photos, my understanding from his court appearances is that they had been printed and were laying on a table, and so he took photos of them on the table. So he didn't take the actual digital file with all the metadata and whatever. He copied, or
It
he
doesn't matter.
took
He
a
shouldn't
photo of.
have been doing it in the first damn
Of
place.
course, of course not. Of course he shouldn't have. Of course he shouldn't have. Andy trusted him. Like, that was the biggest knife in the back. Well, no, it wasn't the biggest knife in the back, but it was a knife in the back. And then go blaming him, whatever. It is what it is. I shouldn't speak on that, but that situation was just awful.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think that was some bogusness.
Yeah.
Baldwin should not have been blamed for Westerman stealing like that.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. So that's why. So the pictures were kind of real. I mean, they were overall. I mean, you could see pretty much what it they were pretty close. What happened to all of the polygraphs taken by the dead Indiana State Police woman? Did the defense get those? Um,
Stephanie Thompson,
so
the
yeah,
ones that she administered.
yeah. I'm I I'm reasonably certain that we probably got those. Can't use them in court, but there were mentions in some of the narratives about uh, polygraphs and how they had turned out, like who passed, who failed. Um, so I'm pretty sure
Did
that there was.
all of these individuals give polygraphs? Like this alternative people by chance, you know?
Some some of
Okay.
them, those that were willing, they didn't force anyone to take any. I mean, they can't in Indiana. You can't force somebody,
Yeah, no, I know you can't force, but like,
but some of them. There were some people that like had offered to take polygraphs that they didn't need to, of course, because that's something you do, right? If you're being asked questions about two dead children, say, hey man, I'll take a polygraph. Um, so there was a lot of that, but there were some refusals, and there were refusals from people that seemingly have nothing to do with the crime. So I I found that quite surprising because I had always had this impression that if you didn't do it, you would have nothing to hide. I know better now. And I it doesn't matter what I'm accused of. I will never take a polygraph. Ever. Ever. So I would also never have a conversation with the police, not without my lawyer, ever. Whether I'm a suspect
Yeah.
or whether it's not happening.
Right.
So there's that.
Right.
This case, like I said, this case has changed me in a fundamental way.
I don't blame you though.
Mm-hmm. Oh
It's
yeah,
just
my son.
it's given you a lot more knowledge, insight in so many other ways that I'm sure that you will be grateful for that as you move forward in your journey and you continue to work in this field and with families and advocacy. It'll make a difference.
Yeah. I have a son, and one of the things that I told him is do not ever, ever, ever let be questioned by an officer. Never. Don't do it. Don't you do it. You halt the questioning and you assert your Fifth Amendment right on the spot. Don't say another word till you have a lawyer in front of you. Did y'all ever demand to know who the dead man video in Discovery is and why he was in there? So we had video and we had photos. Two different people. So we've figured out who the photo is.
Yep.
What the fuck he was doing in there? I have no idea.
I know.
Yeah.
You know what he was doing in there.
Well, yeah, but why is picture of him dead? Like that doesn't make any sense.
Because he was in the game. He was a right hand dude to Ellis.
Right.
Said to be.
Well,
And
why do I need a picture of him?
He was on YouTube talking
But
it
why
up.
do I need a picture of him dead?
Girl, I don't know.
The picture of a dead guy.
I don't know.
Weird. It was just weird.
Very weird.
I don't know what that was all about. It was weird. They included some stuff that didn't make sense, but then they didn't include things that absolutely should have been included. And so that's part of why the back and forth, like we had to fight to get some stuff that should have been a no-brainer. You know, or I say we, that's a bad habit. The lawyers had to fight to get some stuff that should have been a no-brainer. Can we do what we can and give to you to debunk? I like to have proof. I feel bad. I'm really sorry, Christine and Gritty. Well, don't be sorry. Um, we're all good. I'm not sure what you would want me to debunk or how I could debunk. Like, it's kind of like I'm stuck in a hard spot because I can't show you the documentation that I know you want to see. Like, I know that this is Delphi, and I know that nobody is trustable, and I know that you guys have learned to not believe what anybody says. I know all those things, and I'm not blaming any of you for not believing anyone. But I can't show you. So I'm in a position where either you believe me or you don't, because I can't really show you anything to debunk it with, because the law has my hands tied. Like, we can't show files of cases where children are involved. Do I know exactly what evidence convinced the libretto of Rick's innocence so quickly? Oh, I would assume it's probably the whole damn file. I'm just kidding. That was me being snarky. Um, but really, it probably was the whole damn file. It didn't take, but like, I entered this very, very neutral, and I stayed very neutral until it didn't make sense for me to be neutral anymore. But it took me a couple days maybe before I realized that this guy didn't do it, and that I probably knew who did. It was pretty clear. Like, it's pretty clear. Rushville did a really good job of pointing the way. They were really open to working with um, the locals and with the FBI, and so it was pretty clear. Like, it was real clear, real soon. Like, it didn't need to take this long. I don't think McCain was involved at all. I think he was there an hour earlier than we've all been thought all these years. Hicks and Cheyenne, too, all of which seriously undermines the state's timeline. So Hicks and Cheyenne have digital data that prove their arrival times. So we know what time Hicks was there. So she got there, Shelby got there at 2:30 ish. And then who was the other one? Cheyenne took a photo on the bridge that has a 349 metadata.
Are there any photos of any earlier times by Cheyenne at all?
We're talking Cheyenne angles, right?
Yes, I believe so.
They also placed her arrival partly by that, partly by who she was able to identify parked. And then she saw McCain. And then she ran into Shelby and Ethan. So you can so not only do they have the digitals, but then they've also got.
Is there like a photo from like around 1:26 p.m. from like that group?
They weren't there then.
Interesting. All right. Do you think Delphi and Flora are linked?
Do I think what?
Delphi and Flora are linked.
Kind of, but kind of. This is purely my own personal opinion. Yes and no. So I think that the murders in Flora were probably done by, if not the same person, the same uh, group or organization. But I don't think that the girls' murders has anything to do with Flora, if that makes sense.
Okay, the next question is there a connection between Weber and Greeno?
Not that I know of, but it's possible.
Did the trail cam have a cellular modem? Any past warranty registration information found?
Not that I know of, but maybe. I mean, it's possible. I don't know.
Somebody's asking how many times did Shane's name come up in tips? Evans, I believe.
A few.
You. How many crime scene investigators who were actually there testified, or did Nick not call some of because of what would or would not agree to say? Oh.
I think that only one of the crime scene techs testified. I wasn't in court that day. Because I was out doing some undercover stuff, big business. But I think there was only one that testified, but that's not uncommon. They usually just have the supervisor on the scene do the testifying, because really the only reason that they even testify is so that they can introduce the evidence that was found. So it's really the only reason they really put humans on the stand is so that they can human off on the officers, like law enforcement, is just so they can um, introduce documents or evidence or whatever. There were a bunch. There were a bunch at the scene too. They didn't really try to hide anything. Like them crime scene folks, they took pictures of everything. Like they a day above and beyond the photo taken, except in that bullet. And they didn't use like the little tents with the evidence numbers on it, like the markers, and they didn't use any scales that I remember seeing. If they did, they didn't use very many. But other than that, like they took photos from every angle. Like they were photo happy folks, man. So I didn't get the sense that they were trying to hide anything.
Sorry about that. Let's see. What else do we have?
So, how clear was the photo of Rick's car at 127 from the Harvest Store cam? Blurry as fucking I'll get out. Like it was bad. Like you couldn't tell. I couldn't tell what kind of car it even was. First of all, so what they did. There was an issue in court about this list. They made this list of cars that matched the description, except for instead of making a list of cars that matched the photo, they made a list of cars that matched Rick's car. So if you knew that Rick drove that model of Ford Focus, then you could look at the photo and go, yeah, that could be a Ford Focus. They had these funny wheels. The rims had gaps that you could see daylight through the little holes. So on this blurry picture of a black car, they were like, see the little holes in the hubcap? You can see daylight through there. Then surely it must be a Ford Focus of this year and model. So they kind of, it's a case of confirmation bias. Like you're trying to find Rick's car on that video instead of you looking at the video and trying to figure out what kind of car that could be. So to me, no, you couldn't tell what kind of car it was. You could see the little gaps in the holes though. But there are several years of make and model that could be. And there are other kinds of cars that have rims like that. And you couldn't even really see the rims. All you could see was these little flashes of daylight in between in the rims. To me, it was not very good evidence because it was not clear. The car just was not clear. You couldn't tell that it was even a car. To me, it looked like a small SUV, but they were sure that it was a Ford Focus that matched Rick's, and they kept calling it Rick's car. And Brad kept objecting and saying, we don't have any proof that that's Rick's car. And he won those objections, but I don't know.
That is crazy because if it was grainy, they couldn't really tell what it was anyway. Like, so frustrating. Okay.
So, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so that would be a choice for his lawyer to figure out with him. I mean, they've got his statements though, so there's that. Why Rick in the first place? Interesting question. So there was this moment during his first not his first interrogation really. I mean, they call it interview, but it is what it is. But he he did not he did not um, answer kindly in a sheepish manner that Holman would have preferred. Like he didn't. Rick is he's kind of a laid back, unbothered kind of guy. And so when he answered questions, he answered honestly. But like he was just like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. I told you what I know. I'm not going to say anything else because I told you what I told you. And you all need to go figure it out because I can't explain something that's not true. Like, I can't, you're telling me something that's not true, and I can't explain it for you. So he was kind of giving him he wasn't being all scared of the cops like cops wish that you would behave, right? So there was this moment where you could see that it was like, he said, I know you did this and I'm going to prove it. Like it was very, it was, it was like a direct challenge to Rick. Like, I've decided that you've done it and now I'm going to do whatever I have to do to prove it. So does that mean that the cop didn't believe what he was saying? No. I mean, he could have just been genuinely saying it. I don't know if he always issues threats like that while he's screaming at someone he's questioning, but he did in this case. But Rick just didn't he didn't he didn't fold. He didn't break under pressure. He kind of was like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. I can't help you. And he didn't like it very much. Now they blacked out part of the interview um, in court. And they said that it was for, I think they said that it was for privacy reasons or for dignity reasons, maybe. I don't remember exactly what excuse it was, but they edited part of Rick's interview and they took it out. And in my personal opinion, again, not a lawyer, not talking about something that I know from reading Discovery, because it did not. I had a conversation with someone that knows the situation of what was happening there, is that there had been some normal human boundaries of respect and decency that had been crossed. And if the jury saw that, it may have tainted their opinion of um, the screaming detective. So they edited it. The cops don't have to tell you the truth, Dirty Diana. They can lie to you. The only thing that they can't really do is tell you that they work for someone that they don't work for. But you hear it in trials all the time they will say, we're allowed to use trickery to elicit a response. And they did that. They did that to Rick, and they did that to Kathy. Kathy was, she'll tell her story someday, I hope.
Yes, I can't wait until the day that Kathy can speak and tell her side, and Rick can speak and tell, everything, because I would love nothing more than to hear what Kathy has to say about this entire ordeal, personally.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not speaking for her because I would never. But Kathy had nut jobs following her out of court and trying to talk all sweet to her to manipulate the situation and try to get some kind of dirt out of her and record it. And then those same people went and fucking told Facebook groups and YouTubes about it like it was just some days worth of gossip, and completely lied about what they had heard. And so then their story changed to, we'll play it after the trial. Well, then when they did play it after the trial, all it was Kathy complaining about nut jobs invading her privacy. Once you've been through garbage like that, I don't know if she'll ever feel safe enough to speak publicly. Would you? I would not. They've all been violated. Their privacy's been violated. She had to move, and she didn't do a damn thing wrong. I can't answer. I can't answer that, but that tea is hot. Yeah. I wish I could
Burning hot.
that, right? I wish I could respond to that, but I cannot. I can't afford a lawyer that good. We'll just.
Yes. I'm sure you can take a look, though, if you do some sleuthing.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, it looks like that's the end of the questions, really. How are you feeling about this session?
I'll probably get my hand smacked. I probably said some things I shouldn't, but it is what it is.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Well,
fine. It's fine.
I think we had another good, productive chit chat tonight, and we will do this again very soon.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for coming and taking the time to share with us.
Problem
I
at all.
appreciate you more than words can say each and every time. Thank you guys for coming in the chat, listening. Thank you for your questions. Please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and
I hope you guys enjoy the stream. Thank you so much. And you have a blessed evening.
Good night.
Good night.